You just clicked on the most valuable video on Faceless YouTube automation that you can find on this platform. I've spent the last 2 to 3 weeks to put all of this together to make sure that you guys know every single little thing you need to know to be able to grow and scale a Faceless YouTube channel. From the Faceless YouTube system, niche research, setting up a channel correctly, the perfect video topic, content creation and the whole team management and everything. Huge module because many people are struggling with this. Then here, creating content yourself, niche testing framework, monetization, reuse content appeal. Every single little thing you need to know is inside here. So make sure to watch this whole video. I know it's going to be longer, but after this video, you will know absolutely every single little small thing about YouTube automation and how to get started with it. Now, for the people who don't know me, I'm Steffen, and currently doing about $30,000 to $40,000 a month and constantly building new channels. As you guys can see here, just recently monetized 4 new Faceless YouTube channels. Just 2 of the videos I've posted made me over $42,000. Now keep in mind, these videos have literally costed me around about $40 combined, all right? And they made me $40,000, all right? Now, not every video performs like this, but we had videos that did exactly this. Then I scaled a channel from literally 0 to 48K in under 30 days, as you guys can see here. So we started this channel here around about, let's say, the 13th of May, and then here on the 6th of June or 7th or 8th roundabout, we were already at $48,000 in revenue. And then lastly, I've helped hundreds of other people do the exact same thing. So what I'm about to show you in this video has not just worked for me, but it has worked for hundreds of other people as well. So make sure to watch this whole video. Now, I'm on track on doing $500,000 in profit in 2026 at just 23 years old. Now, sorry if this is going to be a weird flex, but this is what society truly values. So you just understand I'm not talking shit and I actually live this. I fly business class every single way or everywhere I go. I live in my dream house, 5-bedroom, ocean views, gym and office, huge living area, 6-car garage, and currently still renting, but I'm about to buy my first 10-hectare property to build my own house. I travel to a bunch of desirable places people dream of visiting, and most importantly, I can take care of my whole family. No one really has to stress, or no one really has any financial stress anymore, right? And that is the most important thing. Then this video is going to print you money if A, you are stuck in a 9-to-5 job and want to escape, or running a business and want some additional income streams, or number B, already running Faceless YouTube channels but not seeing any success with it, or not really getting the results you want with it. Now, I've spent the last month creating this. As I've said, I literally sat here for 3 weeks. That's why I was so inactive on this YouTube channel, because I was sitting and creating this whole mirror board here, which includes literally every single little thing you need to know to be successful in this business model. All right. I'm putting this out for free because when this gets you your first results, I know you will come work with me and scale to $10,000 a month. All right. Then I genuinely believe that this is the biggest opportunity in internet money right now. I don't think there's any other business model that is that has such a great opportunity or such great potential as YouTube automation at this current time. Now, here's a super quick breakdown of who I am, so you know I'm qualified to make this video. Simplified, I post faceless videos on YouTube on topics that people are already interested in without ever creating these videos myself. I specifically look for gaps in the market and fill that gap with videos instead of trying to compete against massive, well-established channels. I think this is the biggest thing that people misunderstand, but we will go into that a bit later. So all I do is then I build a team of cheap freelancers that create the videos for me. Now, we run a YouTube business instead of posting random videos. Your or my role essentially is just to look for gaps in the market and develop a content strategy around that, and the team of freelancers then they basically do the whole complicated video creation work for you. Okay. Now, just a little bit of a backstory to me. I've been in the YouTube game for the last 11 years. I fell in love with creating content at literally 12 years old. So here you see me. For the people who maybe can't remember the time where, these how do animals eat videos were in trend, that's exactly where I started my first YouTube channel. Now, I had a personal brand in the beginning. I made my first money 4 years later, so at 16 years old, after already posting over 500 videos. So you guys can see $500. The crazy thing is, my birthday is in June, and I basically got this payout, or my first payout, in June, which was absolutely awesome. Now, at 18, I finally hit my first 100,000 subscribers on my personal brand. At this time, I was making around about 5 to 10K a month. As you guys can see here, 101,000 subscribers on my personal brand. But this is also where I started feeling off about running a personal brand. So I did not really enjoy it anymore. I did not enjoy sitting in front of the camera anymore. I did not play the clown anymore. Most of the personal brands is just, I don't know, pranks, lifestyle, stuff like that. And I just did not enjoy it anymore. So I sold my personal brand YouTube channel for like $10,000. Now, here's the thing. Normally, it is very difficult to sell a personal brand YouTube channel, but I actually sold it to a music label, and they kind of just have their artist on that channel now. So you will not find this channel at this username anymore. I got $10,000 for it. Not a lot of money, but that's what I sold my personal brand for. I took that money and tried dropshipping, but it miserably failed. So as you guys can see here, like I had 5 visitors here, 80 sessions that day, and I literally made no money with this store, which was crazy. Here and there I made a little bit of money, but not a lot. So yeah, then I found YouTube automation. Now you guys will see, so I bought myself a bunch of courses to learn as fast as I just could. Now keep in mind, I already had some experience with the whole YouTube game, but in the faceless space, it's a little bit different, right? So I bought a bunch of courses to kind of just get like the knowledge as fast as I can, work day and night to figure this out. So for the people who don't know, I'm actually, I like to sleep a bit longer in the mornings. I was literally waking up at 5 a.m. Every single day to put in the work to actually build channels, all right? Then after months of trial and error, I got my first channels monetized, as you can see here. Monetized. This was absolutely crazy. And it's finally started to make some money. And although this was not a lot of money, it showed me that it was possible to make money with YouTube without ever showing yourself on camera. And this is when I went hard. So you guys can see $100 my first month here, another $1,000 the first month, which was amazing, super cool. But this is when I went hard and I absolutely put in everything. And then it all started blowing up. So here I got my play buttons. Here absolutely blew up a channel. Here another channel that blew up, and more and more and more. I actually started selling digital products under one of my channels, which also worked really, really well. So this was absolutely crazy. Here, 36,000 views an hour. Some of you guys that have been in the YouTube space for a bit longer maybe remember that the whole YouTube studio looked like this back in the days, which is absolutely insane. Look, I've been doing this for a very long time, and in this video, I will break down every single little thing for you that you need to know to be able to do the exact same thing as I do. So make sure to watch this whole video, because as I've said, the last 2 to 3 weeks, I was literally just working on this video to really make sure that every single little thing you need to know is inside here. And I can promise you, after you've went through this video, you will know every single little thing about YouTube automation and how to actually build and scale faceless YouTube channels. All right, so with that being said, let's look at the faceless YouTube system. Now, before we can go into all of these different kind of steps here, we first have to understand the whole concept of this business model, which we are going to look at right now. So the first thing we need is an idea for the video. Then we create the video. So we either create the videos we either create the video yourself, or you create the video yourself, or you hire a team of freelancers to create the videos for you. That means you hire a scriptwriter, a voiceover artist, a video editor, or even a thumbnail designer. Now, many of these roles can actually be replaced by AI, which we will cover a bit later. You upload these or this video to YouTube, so you create a YouTube channel for completely free. You upload these faceless videos then to YouTube. Then you literally make money, so you monetize these videos through ads and so on. We'll cover more ways how you can monetize later down the line. Then let me quickly cover to you guys or explain to you guys the biggest difference between a personality channel and a faceless channel. And after I basically go through this, you will also understand why I quit my personality channel. So as you guys can see here in this thumbnail here, just as an example, personality channels are, for example, Mr. Beast, Ryan Trahan, Iman Gatsi, and all of these people that show their face in front of the camera. Now, the disadvantages of a personality channel is you must be in front of the camera. Most people do not want to be in front of the camera. The channel is dependent on a personality. So if your personality is not very entertaining, might not make the biggest sense to start a personality channel. Then the channel is not very delegatable, because you still have to film the videos. You still have to put in most of the work running this specific channel. Just try to think about how weird it would be if Mr. Beast all of a sudden would not be in his videos. It would be weird, right? Most people won't look at the videos. Then for a faceless channel, this is completely different, as you can see in the thumbnails already. You can just hire a team to create the content for you. You can delegate all of the work to these freelancers. You can scale way faster because you can just start more and more channels as fast as you want to, as long as you hire new team members who basically kind of handle the work for you. There's no appearing on camera required, which is massive. This is kind of the way how you can get a piece of the YouTube pie without ever being in front of the camera. Now, these channels can also be sold. And when I say these channels can be sold, these channels can be sold for insane amounts of money. All right. I'll show you guys a little bit of this a bit later. Then the whole YouTube ecosystem, this is very important to understand, because many people don't know how people on YouTube actually make money. Now, firstly, we have the creator. Now, these are channels of people who create content for YouTube. Then we have YouTube, the platform, and we have advertisers, brands and companies that pay YouTube to run advertisements. All right. Now, content creators receive about 55% of YouTube's ad revenue. In 2024, YouTube's global advertising revenue amounted to approximately $64 billion US. In 2025, this would probably be even more. I actually didn't check that, but in 2025, this should actually be way more. All right. Now, how this works is very, very simple. The advertisers come to YouTube. They pay YouTube to place ads on the creators' videos. All right. For this, the creators keep 55% of the revenue, or of the money that the advertisers actually paid YouTube to place ads, and YouTube takes 45% of that revenue. So YouTube is actually the platform that kind of pays their creators the most amount of money per 1,000 views, which is absolutely crazy. Now, how do you actually make money with YouTube? Now, firstly, you need 1,000 subscribers and you need 4,000 hours of watch time. Now, this sounds like an insane number, but let me tell you that most of our students actually reach this exact amount of subscribers, or most of our students actually reach monetization within 3 to 6 weeks, all right, which is absolutely crazy. Now, how much money can you actually earn once you're monetized? Now, there are two different terms when it comes to making money on YouTube. So firstly, CPM, so cost per 1,000 views, how much advertisers pay for every 1,000 views or impressions on their ad. And then we have RPM, revenue per 1,000 views, how much you earn for every 1,000 views. All right. So this is how much the advertisers pay YouTube. And this here's how much YouTube actually pays you from that money. Okay. Now, with a RPM of $5, you need 1,000 views to make $5, 10,000 views to make $50, 100,000 views to make $500, a million views to make $5,000, and 10 million views to make $50,000. All right. Now, I know many of you guys might think that those numbers are absolutely crazy, but if we look at this channel here just as an example, Ultimate Discovery, now I know this channel is a little bit bigger, but in the next once we start kind of going over niche research, you will see that it is not that difficult. But if we look at this channel here just as an example, one video on this channel got 10 million views. All right, this video is super long. So this video is 30 minutes long. That means on longer videos, YouTube can automatically place more ads, which means that this creator makes even more money than $5 per 1,000 views. So this video here potentially did like $80,000 for this creator. Crazy thing is, this video probably did not cost more than $50. Same thing here, 6.9 million views, 6.7 million views, 6 million views, 5 million views. Now, you have to keep in mind that we are just creating videos that people already want to see. All right, so we are just providing the people with videos they already want to see. So if you think like that, it is not that difficult to get at least 1 million or even 2 million views a month, which would mean that you then make between 5 and 10K a month with faceless YouTube channels. Now, this is the exact system or business model we use to scale Martin from literally zero to $33,000 a month in only 7 months. So guys, we're now here with Martin Desmond. Maybe you want to introduce yourself to
Hi everyone. My name is Martin Desmond, and I'm a student of Stephanie Miron YouTube automation program.
Yes. So when did you join the program? It was around about 1.5 years ago, right?
Actually, I saw you on Instagram. That should be 2023, December actually, 2022 stroke 2023.
How was your life like before joining the YTA University or before working together with me?
Actually, it was hard, you know. As you know, I'm in the UAE. It's been 6 years plus now in Dubai. Yeah, I'm in Nigeria now. And I don't even think of traveling anymore. There's no need since I can make it here. So, you know, when we travel abroad, we try to, make ends meet. So life there in the Arab world is not easy, as you know, trying to adapt and also trying to make good ends meet. Actually, it was not easy compared to how much we are making and the standard of living there is not really easy. And if you have a big dream, you have to also have to to think higher and see and have a good foresight.
Yeah.
So that's why I said I have to, while working my menial job there, I have to do what I love, trying to make money online. And before we met, that's why I said I tried to sign up for Amazon affiliate program because I love to make money online. That's what I love.
Yeah.
You understand? So it was not easy. Actually, it was not easy. It was really before you could say, oh, I'm living comfortably in the Arab country and working, earning salary below $1,000. You know what I mean? So it's not really easy. So joining your YT University changed my life for good. Actually, I'm telling you.
Okay.
So joining YT University changed my
life. When did you realize like you need to make a change? Right, that was like you were first like living in the UAE, just working a normal 9-to-5 job, but you wanted to get out of that, right? Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so that
When I first say I need to change, is I'm married and I've already started a family. I cannot build a good family with the kind of salary you earn. It's not really easy back home in Africa. Quite well. And also, even you living abroad, you are not even comfortable. You are not living fine. So I said, no, I can't do this. I'm more than 30 years old.
Yeah.
I'm full adult. So I need to make some changes in terms of having two to three sources of income, whether online or offline.
The biggest motivator was your family, right?
Yes, my family is my biggest motivator.
Awesome,
I need to take good care of my family.
Yeah. That's awesome. That's awesome. Did you have like any fears or any like doubts before like getting into the YouTube or faceless YouTube industry? Was there like anything where you thought like, hey, this maybe can't work or this maybe doesn't work, or did you have any fears before actually joining this industry?
Yeah, first thing as the man are born to take risk, If you
Mhm.
don't take risks as a man, you are going nowhere. So when you are going to something, first of all, you have to motivate yourself. This will work. The motivation you give yourself is the number one step to success. Because if you don't speak positive into yourself, then I don't think you are serious. Because when I venture into this, I said this thing is going to work. It's just a matter of time. I
Yeah.
just have to be patient and do the right thing according to our mentor. That I'm making it now. Don't feel like, oh, my own is not yet. You have to pay your dues before you get your outcome. So
Yeah.
don't fear. Just keep doing the right thing.
You said something like like very how do you say it? Like very special, which I don't think like many people look at. You said, for example, as long as you do the right thing every day, your success is gonna come. And that's like completely correct.
Yeah,
Like, if you wake up every
yeah,
day and just do what you have to do, some way you're gonna
yes,
get like successful, right? So
yes,
that was
yes, yes,
definitely
yes.
very awesome.
Like my videos, I do post randomly. But when you said you have to check your algorithm, what your algorithm is telling you,
Hmm.
that I think, for example, now my video algorithm said I should be posting 8 o'clock, Monday, Wednesday, and I think Thursday.
Yeah.
So it was when I discovered that that is why my video is performing. And I noticed when I post 8 p.m. before before the end of 1 hour, I was have crossed like 152,000 views,
Yeah. Yeah.
sometimes 3,000. Yes. So that is when I say, oh wow, this is really the secret. Oh, you have to follow what your channel and what your algorithm is telling you. So
Yeah.
that is the key. So that is what I do.
And
Yeah.
was there like one specific thing about the like YTA University or now working closer with me, like one specific thing that really stood out to you where you were like, okay, this is really
Yeah,
cool.
and yeah, yes. The community is very loving people, very matured people, very, serious people. Although there are some of like one of my friend Andrew disappointed me. I always encourage him to, keep pushing.
Yeah.
Andrew, the German guy. We started the same time. So, but the community, we have a very good community, very matured community who are ready to work and also who have confidence in you. First of all, you have to have confidence in your teacher. If
Yeah.
you don't have confidence in your teacher, you too will fail because your teacher succeed. So I have the communities wonderful. YT University community is awesome, like seriously.
Right. Then to the next question, I think like most people are just waiting for this one. So
Yeah,
let's have a look at your channel, like from where you started until now, like where you currently at revenue wise. Like last month was a very strong month for you.
yeah,
First
yeah,
time you hit $30,000 in 1 month, probably more already.
yeah,
So what we're just,
yeah, more. Yeah, it was now it's at 34,700
man,
and
that's awesome, man. And then,
yeah,
yeah, we'll just look at the whole like here profit margins, expenses for the channel you had until now, all of these things. So would you mind maybe opening up your channel, like the backend, so we can just have a look at the YouTube studio? That would be really awesome.
okay,
Okay, awesome, man. So now we are on your YouTube studio. So if you scroll down a bit, we can see that in the last 28 days, you literally made 23,000. Yeah, no, not 23, but $33,000, which is super, super
yes,
awesome. Would you mind
yeah,
just like refreshing the page so everyone can see that this is not like fake or anything like that? Because the people
yeah,
always like to claim that it's fake.
yeah,
You
yeah.
can see like
No, maybe when they see me, maybe when they see me, they tell from Nigeria, this guy, there's always
yeah,
they might not believe, but when they see me, they say, I say, okay, I think this is a go, especially my people.
yeah,
You
yeah,
understand? So when
man,
they see too, maybe German or European, they say, this is a makeup. But
yeah,
I believe when they see me, they will believe.
yeah,
So
yeah,
here's the breakdown. As you can see, this is March 34,741
mhm,
$41.
yeah. That's
So
awesome, man. So almost $35,000 in March, which is just
yeah,
insane. With one channel,
yeah,
that's like extremely strong, man. And I can
yeah.
just tell you, you can be very proud of yourself. But now, just very quickly, how much did you spend on the channel in
Well,
March?
in March, like I will take maybe 3,000, $2,800,
Okay.
$2,800 for videos
Yeah.
and everything. Yeah,
So you
it's
have
2008.
$32,000 in profit, right? Which is like
Yeah,
it's super awesome, man. That's like
yeah,
above, I think, 95% profit margin, as far as I know,
yeah,
which
yeah,
is super,
yeah.
super cool.
That's
And I
yeah.
don't think you're gonna get this with any other business model, man. And you
I,
know
no,
what
no, no.
the coolest thing is? These exact videos, like many of these videos are evergreen, so they continue to get views, right?
They
Even if it's
continue.
just a
Yeah,
few thousand, they continue to get
yeah,
views,
yeah.
right?
For example, I give you an example. There is a video I posted, I think October.
Hmm.
The video made more than $3,000 this March alone, last month.
So you
The video
posted
was posted,
last
yeah,
year, October.
yes, and the video came back and bring in a return on investment of $2,000,
Man,
two
that's
thousand
awesome.
plus actually.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
you
and
posted a video. Yeah.
that
So,
video now is the video now is I think maybe let me show you. The video now is I think 7,000 plus.
yeah. So you
Video
literally
is
you posted a video last year, October, and that video made you $3,000 this month.
yes, hopefully, yes, roughly 3,000. Wait, I think let me show you.
Yeah.
Let me look for the video and show you.
And I just guess like that's like the power
Yes,
of
yes,
YouTube.
25th. Yeah, look at it, 25th. Yes, it's 25th November. I show you this video. 8,000, 8,000 plus. Look at it.
Man,
It's
that's
8 plus.
insane.
I don't even know. You see? And when
Yeah.
I posted, so the video is now 500. And you see, I don't even know. The last time I checked was 400,000 views. I don't even check. I
But
don't
that's
even check.
awesome, man. That's super cool. Okay, so can I quickly ask you how much do you spend for this video, like in for this video to be produced?
This video, like, let me break your heart, huh? This video is done by Nigerian editors.
Uh-huh.
And if you check, this is I spend below below $30.
So you spent below $30 and you made
Yeah,
8,831.
yes, yes, because I paid this is 28 minutes video for my
Yeah,
Nigerian editors, 15 minutes for 20,000, 20,000 for 25,000. Then like this video is 28,000, let me 28 minutes, let me say 35,000 naira or 36,000 naira.
yeah.
So it's below $30, you know.
Man, that's insane. Just
Yeah,
quickly imagine like the profit margins you have with YouTube and like the potential return on investment. I mean, you spent
yes,
$30, under $30 on this video. It made you $8,800. And it's still
yeah,
going. It's still going.
yeah. So that's the good news. I think the royalties, I think I'm getting royalties like celebrity. I'm artist.
Yeah, that's awesome, man. Now, would you mind? Let's maybe open up your most viewed video, and just have a look like how
Yes,
many views does it have, how
yes,
much money you made for that video.
yes.
That
I
would be
think
super cool.
you
Yeah,
see.
so this is your most viewed video, right? With
Yeah,
1.1 million views.
yeah, published 23rd of October 2024.
Yeah, and it generated almost $15,000. And again, what did you spend for this video? Also under $30?
Yeah, under $30. All these videos are made by my Nigerian editors.
Yeah, man, that's
All
insane.
the yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So
Okay, awesome, man.
now I'm working with three guys from Fiverr.
Hmm.
Like if you check the March analytics for the month of March, I posted 51 videos and 51 videos. That's what I posted in the month of March.
Yeah,
So these 2 days posting, these twice a day posting helped me a lot.
yeah,
So
yeah,
posting twice, yeah, it really helped me a lot.
yeah.
Yeah, it helped a lot.
Man, awesome. So definitely profitable with this video. So now,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
lastly, let's have a look at like, hey, what's your lifetime revenue? And maybe you roundabout know or have an estimated number how much you actually spent on this channel, so we can kind of just calculate your profit margin. Okay.
Okay.
Right. So you made $122,000 with this channel until now in the last 6 months, right? Roundabout.
Oh, seriously?
Yeah, so you made $122,000 with this channel until now, which is extremely strong, man. And do you roundabout know like what you spent on this channel until now?
Wow. I got serious. Like this channel is worth more than $200,000. If you want to sell this, if you want to sell this channel now, you can sell it maybe. Yeah, wow. I never believed this.
Yeah, like
Jesus Christ.
if you would want to sell the channel, you'd probably be able to sell it for like three, $400,000.
Yes, yes, absolutely. Because this is a 10K above channel
Yeah,
every
yeah,
month.
yeah.
Wow.
But like how much
Seriously?
how much
Wow.
did you spend on the channel until now, like for content creation?
Like,
Is it
like
under?
if you check
Yeah?
if you check now below, if you check the loss, profit and loss now, if you check the loss, the money I spent before before stardom, before success,
Hmm.
there may be 4 million. 4 million is below $3,000. Yeah,
Yeah,
due to the inflation and all that is
yeah,
maybe $3,000. Yeah,
yeah,
$3,000 loss before the channel got its peak and blew up. So I would
yeah,
say $3,000 to $4,000 here.
yeah.
Say
That's
three to four
insane.
thousand dollars.
That's insane, man. How has your life changed since starting to work with me and like building YouTube channels, faceless YouTube channels? How
Yeah,
has your life
my
changed?
life changed. My life changed for the better, and I have this hope. I have this hope to do it on my own here in Nigeria. I'm even surprised you are still in Africa. You understand? Although the country you have German heritage and all that,
Mhm.
which I don't very soon I will come. It's just a free visa. So I have this peace. I have this fulfillment. I'm not yet fulfilled. This is just the starting point. I want to have three, four channels. Making like 50, 60,000 every month.
Mhm.
That yes, you can. Like now, even with the revenue, I venture into real estate, got some landed properties, doing land banking. Yes, we also sold one land yesterday now, which revenue from YouTube. I did land banking, bought the land I bought the land $10,000, and if you check, I sold it for $18,000.
Mhm.
So you see, land here. I'm in a big city here in Asaba, in South South. So that is the investment part of you can't just get money and just squander it. No, 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 no.
Yeah, yeah,
I've seen life and I've suffered, so I have to think ahead. So I have this fulfillment. I have this confidence that I can do it. You really gave me that spirit. I
mhm,
never believed I can be at this stage. My mind was, you know what? If you have a big dream and you work towards your dream, the result will be magnificent. So
yeah,
I always be, and I'm not eager to win. I'm not. I'm not in a haste. I do everything patient. Even while I was losing, I said no. I'm going to get there. So that's one medicine I might have to have.
yeah,
Even in this, as you venture into YouTube, you have to be patient. You can't
yeah.
just say, why is my channel not performing? And then you give up. That is
Mhm.
a big mistake because you might be a few steps away from your channel blowing up.
Yeah,
Because if you
yeah.
check before this channel blew up, we have a 3 months community guideline strike. I mean, 3 months community strike warning. Even that September up till October, we have 3 months community warning strike. Yet it was through those months that the channel got its feet. You know.
Yeah.
So I said, okay, wow, okay, I know what is working now.
Thanks for the answer, man. Now, last question. What would you tell someone who's on the fence of working with me, starting with YouTube automation? What would you tell them? Um, yeah.
Yeah, first thing I'll tell them, look, this is a lifetime career. Even when it's a lifetime career, when you go into this, please make up your mind. You have to be serious. You have to be this and consistent. You have to be consistent. You have to you have to dedicate your time dedication, consistency. You can't just post one video a week and expect your channel to blow. You understand? You have to also give your channel time because if you don't give your channel time, the channel will not give you time. Let me put it that way.
Hmm.
So be serious, be focused, be consistency, and also Yeah, have faith also. I would say have faith. Because if you don't have faith, you might not know what to do.
Yeah.
If you are not consistent, you might not know the trending topics. If you see now, every day I do topic research. Even while as I speak to you, I have some videos I'm dropping. Oh, I'm going to remake this video. I'm going to remake this video. All the videos I make are all videos from competitor.
Mm-hmm.
If competitor do 25 minutes, I will do 35. If competitor do 30, I'll do 40. So YouTube already might say, oh, this video now, let me push it.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that is what I tell them. Consistent. You have to be consistent. You have to also keep some funds. You know, like yesterday now, the other guy that subscribed in Dubai, Ola, I told you, look, just keep some funds. This fund is okay. This $1,000 is for videos, good videos. You and also you try and also be learn what study the course, and also put in more effort for you to learn. If you see now, I learn. Let me say I'm doing the managerial aspect now. I have the people that do video, they do thumb me also.
Mm-hmm.
So I pay them video and thumb me. So their own is to give me video, I schedule and I post. Then also the management thing is all the management is the main work because you have to be overseeing the progress of your channel.
Yeah.
Without that, it's not about posting. It's not about taking video and post. You have to do good managerial job.
Yeah. Yeah.
This video is not working, you do testing or you do some re-optimization. I do re-optimization also.
Yeah.
There's a video that's more than 100,000 views now. When I posted it, it struggled to get 10,000. I said, okay, I clean all the keyword. I use another keyword and some of the keyword got rank, about 6 to 7 keyword got rank, and then the video blew up.
Yeah.
So these are the yes. So someone that is venturing into YT university program should have this. This is a long run.
Mm-hmm.
It's not something you expect to blow now. Although there are some very lucky few people, when they start next week, they just blow up
Yeah.
next month,
Yeah.
So, but have it in mind that this is going to be a long run something, but you are going to get it right. That's what
Yeah.
I believe.
Yeah. And
Yes.
what would you tell someone who's on the fence of like joining the YTA university or even just working with me?
Yeah, and I will tell them to please trust. First of all, you have to believe and trust. You have to trust in the mentor, Stephanie Miron. You have to trust him, and also YT University is a is a community where you meet other YouTubers. You share one thing, share one common goal. So when you join, you have this sense of belonging. You meet people that you can ask questions, and you have a community where you be able to talk directly with a mentor. So there is no room for fear. There is no room for, oh, will I get scammed? No, 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 no. With the success we have so far, I don't believe anyone have ever complained that
Mm-hmm.
his or channel is not doing well. So I hear, oh, I'm at this stage, but I'm getting there. Oh, I'm at this stage soon, I'll get there. That is a good, that's why sharing monthly report in the group is also good. There you see motivation. Through sharing, you can get motivation also. So, for example, I share now, some people might say, oh, like Marvin said, I don't know, German is not, I say, keep it up, keep doing more videos, even in German language, the health channel might still grow. I say, you don't have to give up, okay? Keep it up and the result will be perfect.
Yeah.
So for those who want to join YT University, you are welcome. And I want to assure you that when you join this community, you'll never have the cause to regret because I also took the solid decision. I was doubting, but when I ventured into it, and success thereafter. So I also thank our mentor here with me. Uh, Mr. Stephanie Miron, very nice and humble gentleman. And I want to thank also the wonderful people, the community, about five to 600 of us now. They're
Yeah.
wonderful people. So I thank everybody and God bless you all. So you
Awesome.
are all welcome. You are all welcome to join us in YT University.
Yes. Awesome, man. Thanks so much for your time. I really
Yeah.
appreciate it. Okay, so now we get to niche research. So this is probably the biggest problem with most people, and this is probably the reason why probably 95% of people fail with YouTube automation. So make sure to actually watch this kind of niche research module here twice, or this part, watch it twice, maybe 3 times, so you really understand the whole niche research process. Because I always say, like, the work you put in before you even start your channel is gonna make or break your channel. So make sure to watch this and really take notes. So yeah, just have it. So as I said, I always say the work you put in before even starting your channel is going to determine if your channel wins or fails. Don't make the same mistake and randomly jump into a niche. Now, many people, even people I jump onto calls with, I see this over and over and over again, that you guys just randomly think like, hey, let me go with health, or let me go with motivation, luxury, or even kind of finance channels. Now, this is something that anyone and everyone can actually just randomly think of and go into. And that's exactly why most of these niches are completely oversaturated. Now, can you still succeed in these niches? 100%, but you have to look for gaps in the market. I always say the niches that are the kind of the best niches are niches that, you can't just think of. All right. So always look for something. Don't just think of something and think it's going to perform well. So there's a specific mindset you need when you kind of go into niche research. And it is just, you need to understand that niches are just opportunities. All right. Opportunities to kind of fill the market. All right. Don't overthink the whole process. Like, don't overthink niche research and don't try to find the perfect niche, and we'll kind of look into the niche criteria and everything in a bit, but don't try to be too perfect here, because otherwise you will never ever get started with your first channel. This is massive. I've had a lot of people, guys, I've worked with hundreds of different people, and this is something that many people go wrong, is they take months to find a good niche. All right. So you will always learn more from just starting a channel, even though it's not 100% perfect, than to just like kind of search and never kind of start a channel. So don't overthink the process and don't try to find the perfect niche, because that's going to be extremely difficult. It will take time to find a good niche. This is where consistency comes in. So I would say, when you're starting out, most people have 1 to 2 hours a day. Like, if you don't, like, just set your priorities right, because in my opinion, every single person on this planet has at least 1 hour a day to dedicate to something like this. And if you now tell me you don't, go on your phone and have a look how much screen time you actually have in your phone. All right. I promise you, 1 hour will be on Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, any of these places. All right. So 1 to 2 hours a day of niche research every single day. Even if you have a niche, even if you have a channel going, 1 to 2 hours of niche research every single day. This is where you are actually going to get lucky and find a very good niche. You're not going to find a very good niche by doing 30 minutes of niche research just very quickly, and then, you have to be consistent every single day, even if it's just 30 minutes every single day. Okay? But it's very important to be extremely consistent when doing niche research, okay? Then give it time and do not rush the process. Now, I always say, like, as you're doing niche research, set yourself a time limit. So it's, just as an example, once, like 2 weeks from now, from watching this video, you say like, hey, then I'll start my first channel. And no matter if you have the best niches or you don't really have that great of niches, just start the channel, all right? Like, give yourself a specific amount of time and then you start the channel. But do not give yourself 1 day to start the channel. All right. That's going to be very difficult. And most of you guys are going to fail if you do that. All right. Niche research is a process that just takes time, and it takes a bunch of time. And that's just how it is. Right. You're looking for something that, like, you're looking for gaps in the market, and finding gaps in the market is simple and very easy, but it takes time. All right. Then treat this like a business and not a random YouTube channel. So once you have a channel, right, before you just go into a random channel, always think about, would I actually, am I so confident in this niche that I'd spend a bunch of money on this channel? If the answer is no, then I probably wouldn't go into it. Now, many people, if you look at, just as an example, opening a restaurant, you're first actually going to have a look at, like, hey, does it even make sense? Is there even a market? for this restaurant? Isn't there too much competition? That's exactly how you want to think about, starting your Faceless YouTube channel. You want to think about it the exact same way as, for example, starting a brick and mortar business. All right, very important. So treat it like a business, not just a random YouTube channel. Treat it very seriously. Otherwise, it's not going to work. All right, you have to be committed. All right, the next thing, supply and demand. This is one of the most important things. So here, this is probably the most important part of, or when it comes to YouTube automation, and most people don't get this part. And this is exactly why most people fail. So what you have to keep in mind is that YouTube is a marketplace. All right. And just like in any other market, YouTube has supply and it has demand. And what we're looking for is an imbalance between these two. But let's go in. So what does this actually mean, the whole supply and demand? So demand is what the audience wants to watch, and supply is how much content is there already. These two things are extremely important when it comes to YouTube automation. All right. And once you understand these two things, it's going to be extremely easy for you to spot opportunities and to spot very good niches. Okay. Now, what normal YouTubers do is they take years to build their personal brands. So as we, I just always want to compare a little bit, because some people still think that personal brands are better than Faceless YouTube channels. But what normal YouTubers do is they take years to build their personal brands, spend years building a connection with their audience, takes a lot of time and hard work to build demand around them. Okay. Now, luckily with YouTube automation, we actually go ahead and we skip this whole process. Okay. Instead, what we do is we look for a topic or a niche that has a lot of demand, but no supply. Actually, I have a spelling error here. Supply. Okay. This is exactly what we do. So we look for niches that have an imbalance between supply and demand. And that's the niches we actually tap into. All right. We don't want the demand, the supply to kind of outweigh the demand. Why? Because then you will find exactly what happens in, for example, the random health niche or the motivation niche or even bold of luxury. If you go to these specific niches, right? Let's just say, for example, motivation. Go ahead and filter for videos being uploaded. All right, just go to motivation and filter for videos being uploaded. You will see that hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of videos are being published every single day. Now, which kind of people should look at all of these videos? There's no way that every single of these videos will even get views. And you will see many of these videos will not even have one view. Why? Because of supply and demand. Very, very important. So the supply outweighs the demand. There's not enough demand for the supply. All right. But what we're looking for specifically is we're looking for very high demand and almost no supply. All right, that's what we're looking for, because that's when you're going to get a lot of views, even if your videos aren't great. All right, so let me draw this up for you. Let's say, for example, you open up a pizza restaurant. All right, again, the pizza example. Okay, now you're living in a town, right? My drawing's best. Okay, you're living in a town, right? Which everyone really likes pizza. All right, let me just draw this. This is a think bubble, by the way. So everyone really wants to eat pizza, but there is no pizza in this town. Now you go ahead and you open up a pizza restaurant, and even though this pizza restaurant isn't the best, people are still going to come here and eat your pizza. All right. This is the exact same effect that, YouTube has, or the whole supply and demand has on YouTube. All right. Now, before we get into kind of looking for a niche, let me quickly go through the niche research criteria. And this is something I've very often spoken about on this channel already. But number one, there are under 5 smaller channels creating content in this niche that are constantly getting more views than they have subscribers. This means high demand and low supply. This is exactly what I just spoke about. All right. This is exactly what I just spoke about. So this is why I'm saying, like, make sure to watch this whole module, watch this part of this video over and over and over and over and over again until you actually understand it. All right. There are no channels with 100,000 subscribers in that specific niche. There are no smaller channels failing. The niche is not older than 6 months. I can create better content than my competitors? Am I actually interested in this niche? This is not a must. This is not a must as long as you build a team that has interest in that niche. Is this niche monetizable? And then huge bonus if you can post long videos. Now, important is that this does not need to be 1000% with all niches you find. All right. Keep in mind what we discussed in the beginning. All right. Don't overthink and don't try to find the perfect niche because this is going to take you extremely long to do. All right. So there are a few like very recommended tools for niche research and I'll go over them in a bit. But here, ElevenLabs, amazing tool. I'll also link it in the video description. It's like 13 euros a month. There will be like discount code as well. Just check it out. And then vidIQ is like if you have the free plan, that is more than enough. So I would highly recommend you guys to get these two tools. You will need them when you're doing niche research. It's going to save you a bunch of time and I'll show you guys exactly in a bit how exactly you are actually going to use them. Now, the next thing you need to do is you need to create a dummy account. So this is basically a niche research account, so you can name it whatever you want to name it. Mine is just called niche research. This is basically an account that we only use for niche research. This is one of the most powerful ways of actually doing niche research, and I'll show you guys why. The YouTube homepage changed for our advantage, all right? And that's why we want to use it. YouTube got extremely good at predicting what we are wanting to watch, what we want to watch. My English didn't English very well here, but YouTube got extremely good at predicting what we want to watch. And we can use this to our advantage to train the YouTube algorithm to only show us faceless YouTube niches on our YouTube homepage tab. Okay, so instead of explaining, let me show you exactly how to do this. And once your dummy account is set up, you can find endless niches with it. All right, so let me quickly show you guys exactly how the dummy account looks and then how exactly you can set that whole thing up. So here you can see my dummy account. So here's the exact account that I've just shown you. Now, if we scroll down here, so let me just scroll down. All right, so here we have a channel faceless. So here, and the crazy thing is these are all small faceless channels, so breaking ground. All right, so here we can see if we go to videos, 500,000 views in the last, 700,000 views in the last 5 days. Now with vidIQ, and this is why I would highly recommend you guys to get it, is you can very quickly just kind of, click here and then you can see the views gained in the last 7 days. Now, why is this important? It is important because you always want to make sure that you actually go into niches where, the channels actually make enough money for you to be profitable in that niche. But just as an example, here's a very small channel that the YouTube homepage actually provided me with. So what do I do now? I just subscribe and YouTube is just going to show me more of these. Right, so let me go back to the YouTube homepage. Here's another small channel, a lot of views. So here we can scroll down. All of these are faceless videos. Everything is just faceless, right? Here, decoded dishes, just as an example. 16 videos, 7,000 subscribers. Crazy, right? Now, what you can do let me just show you very quickly. So what you can do with ElevenLabs, just as an example. So on your YouTube homepage, and why this actually saves you so much time is you can literally click here on filters and then subscribe account. You can filter this down to only show you very small channels. So here it's actually boom. All right. So if we then go here to total views, you can see it's only showing us faceless videos. Like it basically starts with the most amount of views here, 19 million, 8 million, 2.5 million, 1 million, but it's only showing us faceless videos. Here again, history archive looks very interesting. So let's have a look. So when we open this up,
walk through any American.
Scroll down, so you again can see 3,000 subscribers, 14 videos. Not doing too great anymore, but okay, it's not even showing the views at the moment. But here, 800,000 views with 14 videos is not very bad. So we're gonna go ahead and subscribe to this channel. Now, how exactly do you set up a channel exactly like this? We're actually gonna use this exact channel to do a little bit of niche research in like a little bit. All right. So what you do is you click here, or you basically go ahead and you open up, and I'm just going to show you this exact thing on a incognito window now to kind of simulate a brand new YouTube channel. So just imagine that you are signed in, you have a YouTube channel here. All right. Now what you're going to do is whatever you are interested in. So for example, the biggest houses, just as an example, this is how I usually start my dummy account. How do you say it now? Optimization or setup. So I'll just go to biggest houses and then I'll scroll down and look for faceless videos. So for example, here, this video is a faceless video. So what you do is you just scroll like this and you have a look, is it faceless or not? If it's faceless, we click on it and we watch this video. Now, what I would recommend you guys to do is subscribe to this channel, like this video. And then while this video is playing, we can go here to the sidebar or to the side screen right here, and we can look for more faceless videos. Now, I really like to do it pretty random. That's why you will also see that my homepage is very random because I don't mind what niches I go into. But if you are very specific with the niches you want to go into, then I would recommend you guys to only click on videos that you are actually interested in or that you actually want to create your channel around. So here we have Go Dangerous, 9,000 subscribers, 1.5 million views or 1.4 million views. Here we have this one. And this is just something we continue to do for quite a bit. So this is not, again, not a process that you're going to do very quickly. And the homepage actually gets better and better and better and better with time as you use it more and more. But what we're essentially trying to do is we're trying to find very small channels, all right? So here, Mythic Truth. So here, 1,000 subscribers, 1 month old. True Earth, let's see. Also 1,000 subscribers, not too bad. Let's see what else we can find. So this is literally what we do for the next, I don't know, few minutes, all right? And then you can actually already go to your YouTube homepage. It's not, okay, again, True Earth. I want to move from this channel now. So you guys can see now we're already at like completely different kind of videos. So let's see what else we can find here. Spino. Okay, this is a bit of a bigger channel. And then let's see what else we can use. Good enough. I don't usually like these channels too much, but that's fine. So, okay, so let's go to our YouTube homepage. So after you've done it for a while, you just go to your YouTube homepage. So here we can see faceless video, very interesting, faceless video, faceless video, faceless video, faceless video. All of these videos are all faceless video. Banana Planner TV. So here we can see small channel. Quite has a lot of videos already, but it's a small channel, right? So let's have a look. You will see in the beginning, you won't find too many small channels on your YouTube homepage though, but this is where you kind of go through. Here's another smaller channel where you go through and you kind of try to find small channels to click on. Now, if you have an account where you're logged into ElevenLabs or even vidIQ, it's obviously going to make it way easier because you can see the subscriber count right here. All right. So this is kind of how you set up the whole dummy account. Not too difficult, I would say. Pretty easy. Just takes a little bit of time, but we'll come back to this account in a bit. All right. Then what you can also do to kind of create new niches. So is you create new niches using the niche transfer method. So instead of blindly copying something everyone is doing, we use the niche transfer method to 1000x our results, okay? This is essentially taking a proven concept and moving them to different markets on YouTube. And this can literally be anything. Anything that's proven on that specific channel. The title, the thumbnail style, the video style, anything that's proven to work. We can take that specific thing and move it to a different market. I'll show you in a second how that would look like. Here are just a few examples. So we have here medieval times discovered, before fire, and I'll open up all of these channels to show you guys exactly how that looks. We have pirate times on TV, and we have off-grid solutions. So let me actually open up these channels so you can actually have a look at these channels and see exactly how similar these videos are. And you can take a guess from where these three channels here took the inspiration. I can tell you they took it from Medieval Times Discovered. So first channel we're going to look at is Medieval Times Discovered. This channel is still performing very, very well. You're getting like 200,000 views a week or every 7 days. If you go to the most popular videos, we can see here why you wouldn't last 24 hours in medieval times. Just have a look at these video titles, and you can, like, after this video even, you can have a look at these channels and go to these channels, all of these channels and have a look and compare them. You will see exactly where, for example, here Before Fire got their ideas. Why you wouldn't survive 24 hours in Stone Age. They have pirate times on TV. Now they don't have that exact same kind of thing, but how pirates turned seawater into drinking water. How were people, so you see here exactly, like it's basically the exact same title structure. All right. So here, 15 forgotten vegetables medieval farmers grew that need to come back. I'm very sure that this channel here have a very similar video as well. Okay. So yeah, 15 foods served on pirate ships, just as an example. So how did pirates sleep on ships without freezing to death? Very sure this channel here has that exact same video too. Let me just go down. How medieval peasants slept in huts without freezing dead. Exact same video. All right. So what these guys are basically doing is they having one niche, and basically, for example, here medieval people, and they're looking at, hey, how can we use this exact same concept and move it to different people? All right. We also have here off-grid solutions. This is crazy. This is more for homeless people. So this is something I would not kind of think about. You can also use ChatGPT and ask ChatGPT like, hey, what kind of different directions or sub niches are there for these specific niches? Okay. So if you look here at the oldest video, we can see here how homeless people stay warm in, I don't know how to say this word, at minus 18 degrees. So this is kind of the exact same, even this don't freeze. Here, how homeless people sleep in a car without heating, right? This is exactly very, very similar to here, this just as an example. So they're all basically taking video ideas from these channels that are proven to work, and they just move it over to their specific niche. So this is a very, 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 very powerful way of, creating new niches that are untapped. Nobody is in them. So you basically create a blue ocean or blue ocean strategy. I don't know how to call it. There's so many fancy names for all of these things. But yeah, then we have niches in other languages. This is a game changer, and many people don't even know you can do this. Massive. Many people don't know you can do this. This is probably the easiest way to get your first channel off the ground to start making money ASAP. Okay? Simply go ahead and whatever works in English, move it to a different language. So if you don't even want to, do too much niche research, and this is kind of the easiest way to get into YouTube, if I can say it like that. So you basically just look at what's working in English, how can I take it over to a different language? Why is it so easy? Because you don't specifically have to do too much niche research, because in most other languages, there aren't any channels that, create content as in English. If we look at, for example, here, this medieval channel here, nobody was doing this in German, just as an example, when this channel was blowing up. So we actually started a very similar channel in German, and it absolutely blew up. It made like $2,400 in the first 20 days or something. And we literally started from zero. Okay, that's how crazy it is. Now, due to AI, we can start channels in other languages without absolutely no problem, or with absolutely no problem, without even speaking the language. Now, if you speak the language, that's obviously always a huge benefit to you. Now, in case you're already running a channel, it is a must to translate those videos to other languages. This will more than double your revenue without much extra work. Because why? Firstly, you can just hire someone from Fiverr to kind of translate the videos. Not too difficult, not too expensive. Or you can simply use ElevenLabs. In ElevenLabs, you can actually, dub the videos automatically in ElevenLabs. So they will basically do it for you. All right, it's quite costly with the credits, but here just a few examples so you guys can actually check out these channels. So this is actually, they have a German channel and a bunch of other languages as well, but Der Kommandant Espanol, Der Kommandant, I don't know what language this one is, Der Kommandant Ukraine, Der Kommandant Francias, I don't know if I'm saying it correctly, but this guy here, or this exact channel here, has channels in every single niche. And why this works so well is because, as I've already said, in most cases, most of the niches are completely empty in other languages. All right. Now, moving niches to other languages is something that has worked extremely well for one of our students, Iria, who went from literally $0 to almost 4K in basically just 2 months. So have a look at her story, and after that, I'll show you guys exactly how to do niche research, and we'll go into, like some kind of real life doing niche research, and I'll see you after the whole story with Iria. Great to have you here. Very excited to share your story with the people. But before we get started, would you mind, telling the people who you are?
Hi, my name is Iria, and I'm very excited to be here.
It's an honor to have you here, and very excited, like I already said, to share your story. But before we, get to your results, let's actually talk about how was your life before actually, discovering YouTube, Faceless YouTube channels, and before, actually getting some pretty decent results, I would say.
So I was always working a 9-to-5 job, and between the 9-to-5, I was also trying some side hustles like affiliate marketing or an Instagram theme page and stuff like that.
Okay, interesting. Did you ever have like any success or anything with one of those, or not at all?
Not really, sadly.
So since you failed like with all of those side hustles, what was like the thing that made you actually, just go and try one more thing? Because so many people would try affiliate marketing, Instagram theme pages, all of these different side hustles, and none of them would actually work. And then many people would just say like, hey, okay, this is probably not, meant to be. It's probably not for me. Maybe I'm not smart enough. Maybe I'm not good enough. So then they just quit. And what did you like? What made you basically say like, hey, okay, I just want to try one more thing? What was that?
So I tried everything that I could think of, the affiliate marketing, the Instagram theme page. Even though it did work sometimes, it wasn't a steady income and I knew I couldn't rely on it. So I kept on searching for other ways and I came across YouTube and I thought, there are so many creators on here that make so much money. Why can't I be one of them? But I was always really so the only thing that was actually holding me back was showing my face because I never really wanted to do it. And then I came across faceless channels and I thought, hey, that's maybe a good idea. So yeah.
Okay, awesome. And did you, try to build your own faceless channels or anything like that before, you actually, before we met? Did you try, or did you have any success with faceless channels? Did you try anything?
Yes, I did try, but I was always struggling to find a niche that worked because I wasn't sure which one would work. And the other thing that I struggled most with was the scripts. I never knew how to completely write them, and I actually never finished one before I started this. And that's why I never posted my first video and never really started a channel. But I was trying and I didn't really have the tools for it either. So I didn't know how to do it.
Okay, awesome. And then like obviously everything changed once once we met, once we, started working together. Now, a question I would have is how did you actually, come across me? Like where did you find me? How did you find me?
I actually found you on your YouTube. And at first I thought, okay, maybe it's a scam. But then I said, okay, whatever, I'm going to try it anyways. Because even if it's a scam, I thought, okay, maybe it's legit. I'm going to try it. Because I saw on your website how many successes you have. And I thought, okay, maybe I can also become one of them. And then I applied.
Okay, so then, we had the call together and I saw like, hey, I could probably help you to, build that first channel, build that income online. What was the thing that made you say like, okay, yes, I'm going to go with you, and we're just gonna get started. I'm just gonna try it out.
Like I said before, I was very skeptical in the beginning if it's real or not. But I saw how many people you helped, and then I thought, okay, maybe you're going to help me too. And I can really build a steady income, not like the other side hustles I tried before. And exactly that happened.
Yeah, and then we actually started working together. How were the first weeks for you? Like, what did you learn? What did we do? What did you do? How were the first weeks?
So in the beginning, it was really overwhelming going through all that information. And it was really helpful because I learned a lot of new things like editing or finding how to find a good niche that actually works. And it was always helpful to have the calls because they were helping me with the right niche and understand everything a lot better and just overall helping.
Yeah, we always try to, pick the niches with the students so we, have a higher chance of the students actually being super successful with it because I've obviously picked thousands of niches in the past, so I kind of know how a good niche looks like. So we, like I said, always try to pick niches with the students to really make sure that they, get successful or become successful. Now, what was the moment where, everything clicked for you?
For me, it was when we found the right niche because the niche is everything. You can have a bad niche and post excellent videos and they won't get any views. And I just found it really helpful that they showed how to do the niche research and to find really good niches because that's the most important thing about the YouTube automation work.
Yeah, I always say like you can start a channel in a very bad niche and post the best video possible, like the best video on YouTube, and it won't get any views if you're in a bad niche. If you're in a good niche, you can literally post a super bad video and it's still going to get views. So like the niche is everything. And that's why we focus so hard on, picking the right niche with our students. So now we come to the most interesting part for, the people, probably the only or the biggest reasons why people even watch this video. Where are you at in terms of results? Like we started round about 2 months ago, somewhere in July, I think. Now, where are you
Yes.
at with results like at this current moment? Do you want to share your screen?
Yes.
Okay, so here we can see now that you made $3,600 in the last 28 days. Now, just a quick question. What is your profit margin? Because you do all of the videos yourself. These videos are very simple to create, right? So how long does it firstly take you to create a video? And then secondly, what's your profit margins? Because we obviously have the very cheap voiceover tool that we use, which is absolutely fantastic. So it's basically everything is profit, right?
Yes, almost. So the Premiere Pro or the Adobe that I use is 116 euros a month, and the voiceovers, they're very cheap. They're
Yeah.
not even 10 euros. But overall, like almost everything is profit.
Okay, that's obviously very good. And how much time do you actually spend on this channel? Because obviously you create the videos yourself. Um, these are quite simple videos, if I can say it like that. How much time do you actually spend a day to, create these videos? Yeah, because I see you post 3 videos a day, plus you work in a 9 to 5 job. How much time do you spend on it?
So in the beginning, it took a bit longer because I was still in the learning process. But nowadays, it takes 2 to 3 hours a day. Yeah,
Okay,
that's about
that's
it.
insane. That's insane. We'll probably very soon, get you to, work with our team. Obviously they are very affordable, if I can say it like that. So we'll probably very soon, get you to work with them because you also started a different channel a few days ago. We started that one together, which is absolutely exploding. So let's have a look at that one. Okay, so this is your second channel that we started, which is absolutely fantastic. We can see you posted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 videos until now, 230,000 views, which is super fantastic. Like, probably gonna get monetized by the end of this week, which would be very cool. Just a quick question. What method did you use to pick this niche?
So when I did the niche research, I actually used the one that you recommended. The uh,
Method.
homepage, uh, the homepage method, and it was really helpful. And it didn't take too long. I think maybe an hour to find this niche, if even an hour.
Yeah, that's insane. Okay, and then like just a quick question because obviously I've been crushing it with YouTube. For the first channel, right? Because how long, because I think many people will be interested in that. How long did it actually take you to get monetized, because we obviously had that problem with YouTube that it was deleting subscribers really randomly, which I've, not seen very often. But how long did it take you to get monetized?
So with that channel, it actually took me about a month or 6 weeks. Yeah, I would say 6 weeks because my subscribers kept being deleted. So it did take a bit longer.
Yeah. Yeah, it was super strange that it took like so long. But the good thing is you literally monetized the channel, and I think you like immediately almost had $100 day or something. And then
Yeah.
the first month where, you had the channel monetized, it already made like $3,600, which is obviously super cool to see. Now, where do you see yourself in like 6 to 12 months from now? Like, what are your goals with YouTube? Like, where do you want to be?
So I'm hoping to start a few more channels to earn about 10 to 15,000 US a month. And then obviously at some point I want to quit my 9 to 5 and make myself self-efficient because working for someone isn't always fun. And yeah, that's actually my goal.
Awesome, awesome. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we'll reach that. So we'll probably do, another call. I don't know. Maybe it's going to take 3 months, maybe 6 months from now when you hit that 10, 15K a month. Okay, one more question and then you're free to go. For anyone who's watching, this video here right now that is on the fence, they're about to start or they don't really know if they should start this yet, what would you tell them?
So I would just say go for it. You never know what's going to happen. Maybe it's going to be the best thing you ever did in your life. And for this specifically, I can tell you it is. Because with my experience, I don't think you can really fail at this. You just need the motivation and the ambition to really pull this through. And you need to continue even on the even on the hard days. You need to keep on pushing and you'll see the results are great. Obviously, it helps to have someone there if you struggle and to have the right strategies and to understand everything that you're doing. And that's the most important thing. And to have that support if something doesn't work out. So, all in all, just go for it. You don't really have anything to lose. And believe me, you're not going to regret this.
So exactly like she said, like you literally don't have anything to lose. We just have one life. So, take that risk, go for it, start that channel. And then, yeah, we'll see where you are at in like 6 months. And then obviously I do highly appreciate you taking the time to jumping on the call with me. Hopefully we will speak in like 6 months again when you're at like 15, maybe even 20K a month. We'll see how fast that goes. You said you got yourself a new computer, so which is, upgrade so we can, push out the videos even faster. So then we'll speak like in 6 months or something, we'll speak again. Yes. Okay, so let's do some niche research. So we are actually going to use my own dummy account to kind of speed up the process. I don't want to drag this video too long because it is going to be super long. But yeah, let's go into it. So let me just reload this here for you guys so we can start from a scratch, as you guys can see here. All right, so first thing we're going to do is we're actually going to scroll down. So we're first going to use our YouTube homepage. Now, something we're looking for is exactly this here. Small channels right here that get a lot of views. So we're going to open up all of these small channels that got a lot of views. So here is the history archive. Then here, this one is big. This one is big. So we're literally looking for small channels that are getting a lot of views. Now, this kind of part might be a little bit boring. While I'm doing it, I'm going to try to explain as much as possible what I'm doing. I always say like people, because I just do it and I don't explain. But for now, we're just going to go through this and look for small channels that get a lot of views. All right. So here, let's have a look at this one. Also small channel getting quite a bit of views. So once your channel is, or once your homepage is actually, kind of in the, like once YouTube really understands like, hey, you want to look at faceless videos on your homepage, that's when it kind of gets pretty easy on doing niche research. So family travel, I don't know this word, but what if it actually works out? This seems like a motivational kind of thing. Wouldn't do this, but let me open it up. Might be a good example. So let's see here, big channel, factory ride, car channel. Okay, here. Let's have a look here. Why suburbs are killing America. Open it up. Interesting. Let's see. Untold. Here's a dog channel. Okay, so I'm mainly going to use like my YouTube homepage now. Just to show you, because that's exactly what I explained. So let's go to Sydney Explains. Here, this here, by the way, is a very, 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 very good example of kind of moving specific niches to other markets. So we have Sydney Explains, we have then Nick Invests, David Invests or something like that. So we have like the same kind of thing for a bunch of different sub niches. All right. So that is very interesting. Maybe some of you guys know this. And this channel is absolutely crushing it. So here 1.9 million views in the last literally 7 days. Now, this channel here is very specific. Now, why am I saying this? Because this channel is actually more kind of here DIY, then here again plans. So it's a bit of a mix of everything, but I see the plan videos here just as an example. Okay, no, not this one, but this one here is doing very well. This one is doing well. Now, what they did is they took the concept of this here, like the whole kind of branding and everything. They took the concept of this channel and mixed it together with a different niche. This is also very powerful because you take two working things, mix it together, and now you have a completely new thing. You have a completely new sub niche, if I can call it, or new format. All right, which is always very interesting. But let me close this down and let's quickly have a look at these channels. So here, the map. Let's first have a look. So this channel is getting 140,000 views a week, which would be round about 600,000 views a month. Now, I'm not completely sure what the RPM is, but here again, Next Level comes into play. As I said, I'll link it in the video description. It's kind of a must-have when you're doing niche research and when you want to take YouTube serious. You can go ahead like with the 13 euros a month plan. Really helpful, because you can see like the RPM and all of these kind of things, which are important to make very important decisions. Like, do you want to go into the niche or not? You know, that's where, you know, Next Level is extremely important, and it kind of gives you a bunch of things as well, which I'll show you guys in a second. While this is loading, let's just wait for this to load. Always takes forever. By the way, guys, I didn't mention it once in this video. If you guys are interested in working closer with me, check out the first link in the video description. Book your call with me. I'll be on the call. I'll just make sure, or we'll basically have a look if you would be a good fit to work with me or not. If I see potential to kind of scale you up, you know. So here we can see $4 RPM, so which is, it's decent. With 600,000 views is around about $2,400 for this channel a month, which is decent, especially if you look at, you know, this channel started literally 3 weeks ago. Now, one thing I have to say though is that this niche is already a bit saturated. So we can go here to, for example, similar channels, also Next Level feature, then in-depth search. And now it's actually going to search a bunch of channels in this niche. So it's going to look around YouTube for a bunch of similar channels in this specific niche. So as you guys can see here, loading. And then we can see if we go here to, days since start. So here we firstly can see new channels. Oh wait, okay, it's actually still loading, I guess. But here it's 20 days since start, failing, village survival. Now this is also a way how you can find a bunch of new niches. Boom. All right, so this one is very interesting. Okay, this is how quickly you can find new niches. All right, live with my 90-year-old grandma in, okay, this is an AI channel. I don't think the RPM is going to be too good, but you can do this in a bunch of different, for again, a bunch of different people, you know. This is also very interesting. So you can also use here the similar channels tab to do niche research. Pure Village Life might be that there are already a bunch of channels in this niche. So here's another one, very similar, but also working very great. Now this is very new, so we can see here 2 weeks old. If we look at this one, we can see this one is also about 3 weeks old. So this is interesting. So this is something we always want to see, is like a bunch of channels in the same niche doing the same content blowing up. That is usually a very, very good sign. But here comes the thing. Once you find something like this, you need speed. You can't wait forever to go into a niche like this. You just can't wait, because if you wait too long, someone else is going to take the opportunity. You have to keep in mind that YouTube is player versus player. I do niche research, you do niche research. Now, if you find the same niche and I start my channel faster than you might fail and I might win. All right, very important to understand. This is why it is extremely important to have a very good team, which we actually provide to you guys. But let's go on to the next one. This one is called Spaces Explained. Very interesting. So the videos seem very easy. No, I don't know. The videos are too easy. Now, something I'd recommend you guys, if you are just starting out, start with more basic videos. So no animations, stuff like this. Why? Because it's just lower risk kind of to go into these niches. Now let's have a look. 130,000 views in the last 7 days. It's decent, but if we look at, like, they're not really posting that much, and most of the views came from this video, it seems. And this channel might be a bit more difficult to get into. Then we have Factory Ride. Let's look at the most popular video. So it first did videos about cars, very interesting. And then it seems like the car videos did not work that great anymore. And they switching up their content here. So on channels like this here, just as an example, yes, this channel is getting 180,000 views in the last 7 days, but something we're also looking for is like a bit more consistency on the channel. So here we can see 8 days, 28 videos, which is 28,000 views, which is good. But we're looking for consistency in the thumbnails and also views. And on this channel, we don't see that consistency, right? Okay, building minds. Let's have a look. Super, super saturated niche. And that's exactly why we see this channel here not doing very, very well. So most of the videos on this channel are failing. They have one video that does pretty decent, 600,000 views. But immediately the next video is failing. And what I would do if I would be this channel owner here, I'd actually pivot completely to this kind of thumbnail style, which he did very, very well. But maybe the red in the background worked very well. So that's something I'll double down on as well. So always, if you have something that's working, double down. Family travel. So let's have a look. This channel, 30 videos, 200,000 views, not too much. 111,000 views in the last 7 days. So here's a pre-viral video. And all in all, like, the views are pretty low. So we're going to go on to the next one. Living self-sufficiently. 50 videos, 16,000 subscribers, 1 million views. Very interesting. Okay. So here we can go down. 1 month old. The first videos struggled. This is something normal we currently see on YouTube, that it takes a bit longer for channels to blow up. So I just want to say that. 3 weeks ago, they had their first viral video, then 120,000 views. Then it was a bit slower again. And let's have a look here. 50,000 views, 70,000 views. Okay, 200,000 views. And then no real viral videos anymore. 360,000 views. Not too bad. Looks quite good. The videos are not very difficult to create. So videos like this should be like maybe $20, $30 at max. So it's not too difficult to create. Then we have like a very consistent format in the thumbnails. The views aren't as consistent as I would like them to be, but otherwise it does not look that bad. So this would not be too bad. No, this is not going to be a channel that's going to make you 20, 30K a month. It's going to be a channel that's going to make you around about 5K a month, I would say. So awesome channel. And yes, then we have this one. Now this one is not monetized yet. Why? Because it doesn't have 1,000 subscribers. So let's have a look. They had one outlier video here. Now channels like this, very, 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 very difficult. All right, and very important to really look at these channels. I always call this here, if they have like one video that did well, I call it a one-hit wonder, and I stay very far away from these channels because usually these channels die off. All right, might be that it is actually going to perform again, so I keep an eye on these channels, but usually I don't just blindly jump into it. Then we have this one, Anna Restores. Interesting. Now this is something more when it comes to like trendy kind of stuff. So they first tried some different kind of niches and then they tried this. Now this here again is a very, very, very good sign that something is working. And this might be something you want to jump into ASAP. So if I see something exactly like this, I'll jump into it almost immediately, even if there is competition. Because if this channel here blows up a video this fast, right, then I would usually just jump into it and test it out, especially if it doesn't cost me much. All right, I'll just jump into it because here we can see 2 days ago, 200,000 views, which is very, very good. And you can easily create longer videos than this. Now, these videos are completely AI generated, so you'll have to kind of hire someone who can create videos like this. Awesome channel. Now, we can see something they did very well is they tested out different things. Now, something I would not recommend you to do is to do the exact same thing over and over and over and over and over as she did here, or as he did here. Because if you do the same thing over and over again, you can't expect a different result. And that's why it's very good that they tested something different, right? Although it's pretty much the same, okay? Then we have here Prof Tavakol, I don't know, 200 videos. So this is usually, I don't even look at channels like this. If they have like 250 videos already, that means that they are struggling. 1 million views, really not a lot. But something we look at is what did they post back in the day? So you can see very different videos. So this might be a pre-monetized channel maybe. So something we can see here is that the most popular videos are actually very recent. So let's have a look. Now, one thing about me, I do not like these AI channels, by the way. But, you know, some people like them. It's the same concept, except for these, you have to be even quicker. But I don't know. I don't like this channel too much. Then History Archive. This one is a bit more awesome. Why do I actually like these kind of channels more? Because there's lower competition. Most people will just go ahead and they will just create these AI channels because it's low effort, very cheap, you know, very just easy. And I always say like, because it's easy, everyone is doing it. And that is what makes these kind of channels very, very hard to grow. And that's why I like these channels, because almost no one is really going the extra mile to create videos like this. Now, this channel here looks very interesting, okay? 14 videos, 3,500 subscribers, and 800,000 views. This channel is 1 month old, all right? So let's have a look. He had a very viral video here. Now, this here, just as an example, is again a channel you could take from the US, because this channel is currently focusing on America, and you can just take this to the UK, you can take it to Germany, you can take it to so many different countries, and in all of these different countries, it can work very well. So this is actually an awesome channel. The views are a little bit low, but it still has the big outliers on here, all right? Then True History Legends, very interesting, but not much going on here, so I'd leave that one. And then I would close it down. Now, the next thing I would now do is I would actually go to similar channels and have a look at like, hey, how many channels can I actually find that do the exact same thing? All right, that's the next thing I'm basically gonna do. Now, you don't specifically have to do it if you already know you want to do it in a completely different space. It's still always good to double check like, hey, is this something that is always working? So here, for example, when Americans were still skinny, what 1970s America ate? So you can do, for example, when, I don't know, UK or when Germans were still skinny, what 1970s Germans ate, just as an example. And I promise you that this specific video will probably perform in the German market as well. So this is kind of how I do niche research. I actually already knew this channel. I just go through YouTube, just gather some pretty interesting ideas. You know, here, for example, Yom, I don't know how to say this, probably even one of the people that watches my videos, because I literally told you guys, you know, we looked at this channel here and I showed you guys exactly how to create this channel. And I told you guys like, hey, go ahead and do this exact concept for dogs, right? So this person did it and immediately blew up with the first video they posted, all right? So always kind of try and try to figure out like, hey, how can I move it to a different kind of market? So you don't really have a lot of competition. You don't have to worry too much about, you know, your competitors. You just enter a completely new market. So I hope this makes sense. I hope this helps. And I hope, you know, you guys completely understand the niche research process. It does take a little bit of time. and actually, doing it. Here's another one where they did the exact same thing for dogs. Also absolutely blowing up. 14 videos, 165,000 views. Also same thing from here, the cats, right? So yeah, then we'll go over now to kind of set up the channel. All right, so now we're going to go over exactly how to set up your whole channel. Now, before we get to that, you have to know that they are different accounts or different type of accounts. They are, for example, brand new accounts. This is just basically a YouTube account you brand newly create. You can create it right now. Then there are aged accounts, right? These are just very old accounts. I'll also link it in the video description where you can buy them. But these are old accounts that are like from 2006 to 2009. I don't know if I'm going to link it. I don't know if I may show this on YouTube. So I'm maybe not going to link it. I don't know. But then they are personal accounts, right? So these are usually the most powerful accounts. So if you're just starting out with YouTube, I'd highly recommend you guys to, start with a personal account. A personal account is a YouTube account that you're personally using to watch YouTube and that you have been personally using for years to watch YouTube. And you'll understand in a second why these are so powerful, all right? And then we have a pre-monetized account. These are just normal YouTube accounts that already have 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 hours of watch time. Now, these can, range from literally $200 to $1,000. You can get all different accounts. Now, would I recommend you guys to start with these accounts because you can make money from the start? Probably not. I'll probably not start with an account exactly like this. Why? Because if you want a good one, it can be quite expensive. And if the channel fails, you kind of lost that money too. So I would probably not, as a beginner, start with a pre-monetized account. Reason for it, very simple. If you have a good niche, you're going to get monetized very quickly in any way. All right. So that is just very important to know. So the best accounts at this current time are personal accounts, aged accounts, and new accounts. You can kind of test all of them. It always changes. So that's very important to keep on testing new things because just as an example, currently brand new accounts are kind of the best accounts you can get. But in maybe 6 months from now, aged accounts might be the best you can get. All right. But over like here, brand new account and aged accounts, personal accounts are the absolute best. All right. Now, it is very important to protect your YouTube channel from day one. Very, very, very important. And the people who don't do this will or stand the chance of losing all of their channels. So firstly, use a different email address for every single account you create. This is extremely important. All right. Just do this. Extremely important. Why? Because if one channel, for example, gets demonetized, YouTube demonetizes all accounts that are connected to this channel that got demonetized. All right. And that's why it's also, for example, very important to have different AdSense accounts for every single channel. Create an AdSense account on your name, on your mother's name, on your dad's name, on your friend's name, whatever you want to do. But just create as many AdSense accounts as just possible and make sure that every single account has one specific AdSense account. All right. Now, the AdSense accounts are sometimes a bit of a issue or are a bit irritating because for each specific person, you can only create one AdSense account. All right. So this is extremely important, especially if you go into more risky niches. Then use different browsers. All right. Just use different browsers or even just different Chrome profiles. So if you click here, you can actually create like a new Chrome profile. Now, these are just a few things you can kind of do to keep your channel safe. No, you don't need any proxies, anti-detect, etc. All right, or etc. I don't know how to say it. Why do I say so, guys? I've been on YouTube for very, very long. I've gotten channels demonetized. I've gotten channels banned, and I do not need any proxies or any anti-detect, and I'm still able to build new channels simply because I do this. All right, I use different email addresses, I use different AdSense accounts, and I use different browsers, and I use different Chrome profiles. You only need proxies or anti-detect if you extremely go against YouTube's guidelines. All right, now I know there are a lot of people that are preaching this is the only thing that works and stuff like that. You don't need it. All right. Don't waste too much time onto this. And especially if you're just starting out. You are not shadow banned. You're just bad at picking niches. All right. That's all it is in most cases. All right. So you don't need this, especially if you're just starting out. Then creating the channel. This is something that should not take you longer than like 15 to 20 minutes. Let me show you very quickly how I create and set up the whole channel with AI. All right, so I usually just use ChatGPT. So let's say we want, for example, to create this exact channel, to create a channel exactly like this one. First thing I'll do is I'll literally go ahead and screenshot this. Then I'll go ahead and paste it inside here. And then just tell ChatGPT like, hey, I want start a similar channel to this. Can you please give me channel names? Now, what is let me first do this. And then what is very powerful is if you kind of use like personal names, like for example, Steffen or stuff like this in your YouTube channel name. Why? Because it gives the channel more of a personality, all right? So here we have a few name, History Revisited, awesome name. So the first thing you're actually gonna do is you're gonna make sure that no one really used these exact names, all right? Whatever name you like, put it into YouTube and make sure that nobody used these names, all right? What I'm gonna tell it now is, can you give me more personal channel names, all right? Just as an example. So here, feels more personal. Let's see, history with your name explains history, your name breaks it down, stories with your name. So here we can literally put in any name, all right? So history with Steffen, just as an example, okay? Now this kind of just, I don't know how to say it. It just builds more trust around your channel because your channel now has a character, if I can say it like that. All right. So let's say, for example, we're going to go with history with Steffen. All right. Now we need a logo. So what we're going to do is we're actually going to open up a new chat. All right. Boom. Okay. So we're going to go here to explore GPTs. Then we're going to go here and logo. I'm just going to type in logo there. I usually always, and there are a bunch of different logo designers, but I usually use this logo creator right here. I like it the most. I find it's pretty good, but let's use this. All right, then I'm going to tell it now, can you create me a YouTube channel logo for a channel similar to this with the name this, history with Steffen. If the name does not fit into the, I don't know, you guys can't see now what I'm exactly writing here, but you'll see it in a second. If the name does not fit into the logo, then leave it out. It's up to you. I usually in the beginning like give it as much playroom as just possible. So I'm just going to take this screenshot of that, paste it inside here like that. And now we're going to send it off. And now, okay, so here, how complex should the logo be? You know, I always say like, do it as you wish, boom. Now you can obviously change these things here up, or you can use it, or you can choose exactly which one of these you want. Now, while this is going, what I'm going to tell it is in the next chat is to write me a YouTube channel description for a channel called make it very personal and short. I don't want like some super long description. I don't like it. So I usually just go with like very personal and short. So here, very history with Steffen. I've always been curious about how things used to be, what life felt like, why things worked, and what changed along the way. On this channel, I break down the past in a simple and honest way. No boring lectures, just real stories about everyday life, culture, moments that shape the world we live in today. If you ever wondered how did we get here, you're in the right place. Awesome. Something I just recommend you guys to replace these kind of things. Just take these long things out. We don't want that. All right. So here, here we have the logo. Now it's still very similar to the original one, but just as an example, here we have the logo already. Now we can tell it like, hey, can you please change the icons in the logo? Like car, globe, books, TV, etc. Make it unique. Just as an example. Now this is a logo that's pretty close to the original, but that's okay. Like, let's just do this. Now let's just wait for this to complete. Now, guys, I just want to mention that, you know, here adding channel tags, all of these things, like I think most of you guys know how to do it. Let me know. I might be mistaken here. But for now, I'll just show you guys exactly how to create logo, channel description, these kind of things. Like the rest of the things on the channel is pretty easy. I think most of you guys probably know how to do that. And yes, so while this is loading here, let's actually continue with warming up your channel, because this here is extremely important, all right? We warm up our accounts to increase our trust score. Now, trust score is how much does the platform actually trust our channel. Now, the higher the trust score, the higher the chance that our channel is actually going to work. Now, I just want to mention that if you have a high trust score and you have a bad niche, YouTube is not going to randomly push out your channel. All right, is it done? No, it's not done yet. So let me just reload here. YouTube is not going to randomly push out your channel. Okay, it's not doing it, but this is how easy it is to kind of create the logo, right? I don't want to stay stuck here for too long. But trust score is how much does the platform trust your channel. So the higher this is, the higher the chance of YouTube pushing out your channel. Now, what accounts need to be warmed up? Because you don't need to warm up every single account we spoke about. We need to warm up new accounts and we need to warm up aged accounts. Very important. These two accounts we need to warm up. Now, how do we actually warm up these accounts? We use it as a normal user. We watch 1 to 2 hours of content per day, just like a normal human. All right. We subscribe, comment, and like to different channels. We do this for 1 week to lower the risk of a low trust score. Now, very important, and I mean very important. Don't go ahead and spam likes and subscribe. Like, don't spam, because then YouTube is automatically going to think that you are AI. All right. So we don't want to spam the platform. We want to act as a normal user. Why? Because then YouTube sees like, hey, there's a real person behind this account. Okay. Now, quick note, always have at least 1 to 2 warmed up accounts ready to go. Like, always have some ready to go. Why? Because if you find a niche, just as an example like this one, you don't want to spend a week warming up the account. You want to get started with that channel as fast as just possible. So always have 1 to 2 warmed up channels ready to go. Now, we create a channel trailer that kind of prevents demonetization. Now, I only create this once the channel is actually getting views and I can see that the channel will actually end up making money. Now, YouTube channels are now, there we have it, are now being scanned by Google Gemini. All right. This is very important, and it watches the channel trailer because Google Gemini actually decides if your channel is going to stay monetized or be demonetized. Now, it actually watches the channel trailer first when it decides to demonetize or monetize you. So our channel trailer should be a channel trailer and a demonetization appeal in one. Now, I'll show you guys exactly how a demonetization appeal looks like at the end of this video. So make sure to watch this whole video. Now, a very good example of a channel trailer is, for example, this channel here. In the best case scenario, you actually want someone to show himself in the channel trailer, because this is kind of the safest way to make sure that YouTube is not going to demonetize you. All right. So you guys can go to this specific channel trailer and check it out. Now, what you will see in this channel trailer here is that it's a very basic channel trailer. So they just kind of say like, hey, on this channel, we post these and these and these videos. And yeah, that's basically it. But what we want to do, as I've already said, we want to kind of include our reuse content appeal template in our channel trailer to make sure that we don't even get demonetized at all. All right. So yeah, I hope all of this makes sense. this is kind of how to set up your channel. It's really not the most difficult thing. This shouldn't take you more than like 15, 20 minutes or 10 to 15 minutes. And let's move on to the next thing. So now that we have the channel set up and we have our niche and all of these things, now it's actually time to choose video topics. So we're now going to speak about the perfect video topic. Now you can have the perfect niche, but if your video topics suck, your views are going to absolutely suck. Trust me. All right. That is exactly what we see here in front of us. So this channel here posted this video. If your cat sleeps with you, they're trying to tell you this. 2.5 million views. Then another channel posted the exact same video with the exact same thumbnail. If your cat sleeps with you, they're trying to tell you this. 200 views. Now, why does this happen? You have to keep in mind that YouTube is firstly gonna show your video to the hardcore fans of that specific niche. Now, the hardcore fans of that specific niche are gonna have seen this video here before already. So the biggest mistake you can do is to copy videos one-on-one. And with copying one-on-one is basically copying the thumbnail one-on-one and copying the title one-on-one, because this gives the viewer absolutely no reason to click on your video. So most people go ahead and copy one-on-one, copy like other successful videos one-on-one, and this is the reason why most people don't get any views. All right. So if you want to recreate a specific video, like, don't do it one-on-one. All right. Now you have to keep in mind that there is supply and demand in video topics. So supply and demand is not just important in your niche, but also in the video topics you choose. Now, how do you find demand? Look for recent outlier videos on competitor channels and look for recent trending formats. Do not copy most popular videos from your competitors. This is what everyone does and your videos will fail. Okay, this is exactly what this guy here did. They just went ahead and they copied the most successful video from this channel one-on-one, and it completely failed. Like, the thumbnail is basically the exact same thing, and that's exactly why this video failed. All right, so very, very important. Now, how to actually find supply? Use your YouTube search bar and look how many people have created this exact same video. If it's done more than 3 times and you don't have a different angle to that specific video, look for a different topic. All right, very important. So how do you use your YouTube search bar? So you basically literally go ahead, you copy this specific title, you put it into the YouTube search bar, you have a look at like, hey, how many people have created this exact same video for different names, different thumbnails. You just have a look at like, hey, how many people have created that video? If a bunch of people have created that video before, does not really make sense for you to create another video on that, except if you have a completely different angle or, a completely different angle, or you kind of take that exact same topic and move it to a different niche. All right. YouTube will always show the videos to the hardcore fans of that niche first. And if they have already seen the video multiple times, they don't have any reason for clicking on your video, except if it follows a different angle. Very important. Okay. So this is something you have to keep in mind. And I think here already, most people will be very thankful that I put this into this video, because most people just go to the most popular videos and copy those videos and they don't get any views. All right. So I hope this already has helped you a bunch. All right. Now, how does a perfect video topic actually look like? The topic resonates with your audience. So do they even want to watch this? Then some topics sound interesting but are super boring. Make sure that your topic is not boring. So some topics sound very, very, very interesting if you just kind of read the title. But if you then actually have to go ahead and you create the video, let's say you want to create a 15-minute video, you actually notice like, hey, the video is actually very boring. Then you just leave that video. Your topic has to be posted on time if it's a trend. So if we look at any kind of trend on YouTube, there are always people that take months to catch up on that trend and to actually post a video on that trend. Let's say, for example, if you're on the celebrity drama niche or something like that, and something happens today, you cannot wait 2 weeks to post your video about that. You have to post your video tomorrow. So that is again where speed comes into play. The faster person on YouTube is always going to beat the slower person. Very important. Repeat what has done well in the past, and I'll tell you more on this later, okay? Because this is crazy. Then leverage negativity. Humans respond better to negative things. If you look at most of the headlines, most of the most viral videos on YouTube, most of it has some negativity inside it. Why? Because humans just respond better to it. Because if there's something negative, people have to act, right? If there's a lion next to you or behind you, you have to act, you have to stand up and you have to run away. But if there's nothing, you have food, you have everything is positive. You don't have to act, you don't have to do anything. So that's why leverage negativity in your videos or in your packaging. This is massive when it comes to YouTube. All right. Then we have the topic transfer method. Also crazy. This is by far the most powerful ways to choose video topics. All right. What you essentially do is you find winning video topics in other niches and move them over to your niche. This can work insanely well if this is done correctly. All right. So what we can see exactly here, here's some examples where this has worked really well. So for example, why you wouldn't, okay, wait, this here is the original and this here is the copy. All right. So why you wouldn't last 24 hours in medieval times, 2.7 million views. Then we have this one, why you wouldn't survive 24 hours in Stone Age, 350,000 views. Then here, if your cat sleeps with you, they're trying to tell you this, 2.5 million views. If your dog sleeps with you, they're trying to tell you this, 55,000 views. And this is only 6 days old. Now, there are more viral videos than here, only this 55, but I just chose this one. You guys can have a look at it yourself. And this is exactly what I mean. So here, this video, like direct copy of this one, 200 views. And then just someone who changed a little bit in that video, this video here got 55,000 views, all right, in 6 days. And it's basically the exact same video, exact same image or very similar image. Now, something massive is as well that this video is a bit longer than the original one. I always recommend you guys to do longer videos. Very important. Now, we did exactly this with Scott, who went from literally getting 500 to 100 views a video and almost giving up on his channel to $200 days within like a week. Like, it was absolutely crazy. Now, I'll show you guys the whole interview with Scott. Now, this is a longer interview, but it is very, very, very valuable. You guys will learn a bunch of things about YouTube in this interview. So make sure to watch that whole video. All right, so we're here with one of our students, Scott, who is absolutely crushing it now. On his way to the first, I think, like $10,000 a month, most probably, maybe this month, hopefully. So yeah, how are you doing, man?
Very good. Thanks so much, Stefan. Honestly, it's been a wild ride to get here. I'm not quite there yet, but I'm on the trajectory to be making a good amount of money per month right off my second channel here. So really happy that it works. In the end of the day, that's what you want to see, right? You want to make sure that it works, because you have so much self-doubt initially in the beginning. And you have no clue if it's going to work at all. It's a whole new world. And when you start seeing those views climb, and then especially when you get monetized, that's huge. And then when you start seeing the dollar amounts pop up, you're like, oh, it's really working.
Yeah, 100%. We'll cover a bit more about that a bit later, like, as an example, how skeptic you were, because I know a lot of people are very skeptic of, making money online and especially doing YouTube in a faceless way. But before that, I always do this in the beginning of the call because everyone's always curious. How much money are you currently making with YouTube? I know the channel you started is still pretty new. It's like 1 month now. It's your second channel that we started together. How long did it actually take? The first one took 5 months. No, not 5 months. 5 weeks to get monetized, right? And this one, how long did this one take? Because I think you said it was a little bit faster.
Yeah, the first one was 5 weeks, like almost to like the day that I applied for YouTube Partner, and I was able to get monetized. This one, I think I was able to apply in 4 weeks, but it took an extra week to get that application through. And so when it finally did click on, it was 5 weeks. And that's literally just 1 week ago from today.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
That's
but wild to see that even in 1 week, looking back at the amount of dollars I've made just from this second channel in 1 week, it's over $1,500. And so about, a little more than $200 a day, which is amazing.
yeah. Yeah, it's insane. It's insane how quickly it can go. One false belief that many people have is once they monetize, they start making money. And if we look at, for example, the first channel we started, that channel, yeah, it got monetized in 5 weeks or something. But on the first day on this new channel, you made more money with the new channel than with the last one, right? So monetization is cool, and it's a huge metric that many people want to hit because they believe that, like, once I'm monetized, I'll make thousands of dollars with YouTube. And that's why you see people buying subscribers, doing all of these things, but usually comes down to, actually still getting views. And that's, I think, what, you did very well on the current channel you're doing. Let's maybe, if you are open to, let's look at the channel. You can just share your screen if you want to.
Yeah.
You can just maybe look at, what you did. Obviously, we can't show too much, unfortunately. But yeah, so the strategy in the beginning was actually very simple, what you did. And this was very, very smart again, is you tested a bunch of different things. Or maybe you speak about what specifically you did, and then, something hit. Obviously, don't mention exactly what exactly it is you're posting. Want to keep that a secret for now.
Yeah. It was really about building from the first channel and learning from my mistakes. And when I say mistakes, I mean, while the first channel did get monetized, I was not consistent. That was a big thing here, is really staying consistent with it, trusting the process, understanding that there's a goal to hit. I wanted to be able to put like 10, 15 videos out before seeing anything, before moving away from it and giving up and then starting a new channel. The first channel I had, I think I got lucky on one video. Out of putting out these videos, one video really hit and kind of took off and brought up all the other videos a little bit slightly. But really, in the end of the day, it was one video that helped me get over that hump to be able to be monetized, hitting those 4,000 watch hours, hitting the 1,000 subscribers. One video really took off, and I was not consistent with posting. Initially, it took me a long time to get the first video out. Honestly, I think it took me 5 weeks to get that first video out, and that killed me because it kills the momentum, but you got to be able to build up your team around you. You realize you can't do it all yourself. And understanding that really is freeing, being able to build a team around you. That's what I think I did great in my second channel, is that I already had a team built that I've already worked with before. I had like trust with the editors. And I understood better what to do with thumbnails. I know Stephanie always talk about how YouTube is the opposite, don't judge a book by its cover kind of situation. But on YouTube, yes, absolutely, judge a book by its cover. Like, you got to have great looking thumbnails and good title strategy. And that's the first thing people see is the thumbnails, the title, and making sure you're in a good niche, that you've done the research, you've figured out the data, you're following data here, and you want to make sure that you've got good surrounding information that you can trust.
100%.
At the end of the day, you're going to go in this blindly.
Yeah.
You are going to go in this blindly. You're going to be trying a bunch of different things, throwing spaghetti at the wall, seeing what sticks. And that's the key, honestly, is going in and knowing that not everything's going to hit.
100%. And I think that's as you said, like something very special that you did is in the beginning, like, I mean, the first, how many videos, 8 videos or something, didn't really pop off that much. But what you did is you tested specific different video ideas, like video styles, when it comes to kind of comparing two things. Then you had very different thumbnail styles, and then we had one topic that worked. And I think the biggest game changer was then to literally just double down on whatever is working. And I think this is something that many people don't do. And I see it, like I said, I see it with a lot of people that think like, hey, I can't do that video twice because people won't look at it anymore. You know, the cool thing with your specific, what you're doing now is you can do it as many times as you want to because you can. You know, there are a lot of different kind of, how do you call it? A lot of different topics in the same kind of video idea, if it makes, I don't know if it makes sense, but that's obviously quite cool and not something you get very often. So it's just awesome. It's something you can double down over and over and over again. But yeah, let's have a look at your channel because I think everyone is always curious for these kind of things. As always, everyone's just wanting to see how much money are other people making.
What I was saying before, I mean, this is, if you just see the little dots at the bottom of how much I post, you know, the way that I post here is I was staying consistent 4 times a week. And every, you know, I came up with a posting, like I started Wednesday, posted another one Thursday, took a day off, and then posted again on Saturday, took another day off, posted again on Monday, another day off, and then 2 again, Wednesday, Thursday.
Yeah.
Like we were saying before in the beginning, you don't want to make it seem like it's so regimented where I'm posting at the same exact time every day kind of thing. I switch it up once in a while. And 4 seemed like it was doable for me for the production wise of getting all of that done. And so at first, you know, I just kind of stayed about 1 week ahead. I made about 4 videos and I stayed 1 week ahead and I kind of produced as I went, just in case. You never know what happens. Sometimes the editors get sick. Sometimes, you know, you can't be able to review stuff as soon as you can. I always try to review within 24 hours of a video coming to me so I can get those notes back really quickly. So really consistency was key this time. Yeah. And, you know, looking at, let's say, even the lifetime views, when I'm looking at this and you look at this graph, I posted and I saw nothing.
Yeah.
I saw nothing.
But something I see, sorry for interrupting. Something I see is that YouTube is taking way longer. Not sure if you saw that. Like I've seen it between like all of the students that YouTube is just taking its time these days. It's not pushing. You can't expect in most cases to get pushed out from one video anymore. Most cases that doesn't happen anymore.
So that's why I wanted to know in my mind, I need to make 10, 15 videos to give this a real shot before kind of saying, hey, throw the towel. Maybe I'll leave it for a month or 2 and come back to it and see what happens. But I was very fortunate where as I was posting one of the videos, and I can go to it, one of the videos 5 days previously that I posted that wasn't moving at all started taking off. I mean, that's when it started, like right here, I started taking off and I was like, whoa. I looked back at it at dinner one night and I was like, whoa, I have like over 1,000 views on this video. And before that, I had 200 videos, 200 views total in the entire channel. And one video just overnight kind of bloop, popped up and I was like, oh, that's interesting. And so if I look back at the content here and go down, most of this will be blurred, but if you just look at the view count on the side here, these are the first videos I posted. Right now I have 24 videos out, but literally it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I mean, 10 videos I was posting and only one of them you can kind of see got a lot of views.
Yeah.
And that was a different format, same topic, You know, these are all in the same topic, but a different type of format, you know. And I was trying all different formats. Every single one was just throwing spaghetti at the wall. Now, I wasn't just creating these out of the blue. These were all based on very popular videos doing well on other people's channels. So I had some inkling that there was a possibility of organic growth on each one of these. And that's why I tested it. But honestly, the first, you know, three weeks, really, 3 weeks, I had 200 views total on the entire channel.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah,
this one video right here just popped up a little bit. And I was still posting other videos, and you could see the view count went right back down. I mean, these ones literally were in the tens, dozens, only dozens of views maybe. But after 5 days, it went back. That one popped off, and I was like, ooh, I gotta remember what Stefan said. Double down. So I went back to that video, and I was like, yeah, I gotta make another one of those. Yeah. And sure enough, that one did really well. I was like, ooh, okay. Now, the funny thing is that, like I said before in the beginning, I was posting about 1 week out, right? I was making all these videos, but I had 4 in the bag before I could post, you know, I was going back. So then when one popped off that was behind, I was like, oh my God, I can't post these next 4 that I have because they weren't in that same format.
Yeah, that's why it's so important in the beginning, you know, maybe you just want to set it, but to not cruise too far ahead, even if it feels very smart, but you don't know what's actually gonna work, you know, and then it's like a waste of videos almost. Obviously you can post them later on, but you don't want to destroy that momentum that's going through your channel.
I think that's really accurate. Yeah. I think in the beginning that did help me, being able to post, have stuff in the bag initially to be able to keep going, because like you were saying before, it might take a while to get monetized, to see any movement with views. No. So I think in the beginning it actually kind of helped me, like ease of mind. That's what I saw my first channel. Honestly, the first channel, I was just posting as soon as I had it produced, I posted it, and I was right on my heels the entire time. It felt hard to do. But here, 1 week out, not so bad. Worst case scenario, I do throw those 4 videos out, but trusting the process, knowing that I'll make that money back later on.
100%.
So I wasn't super unhappy with that. It sucks to have videos that I'm never going to post. That's okay. But being able to pivot quickly and see that views and then act on it and double down is huge. So you have to have that pipeline set up where you can produce a few videos really quickly to turn it all around. And that's just a testament to creating your own team, having trust in those editors, being able to write very quickly, to make voiceovers very quickly. It all helps in the end of the day.
100%. 100%.
It's just so funny.
Your most viral video has 100,000 views, correct? Like that's the most viral video you have until now, correct?
Correct. Awesome. Yeah, it just passed this weekend. It just passed 100,000 views. Yeah. And I guess that's kind of small, honestly, in the end of the day, because a lot of the videos that I was comparing my channel to initially in the beginning all had way more than that. Yeah. And so it's pretty wild to think that I'm able to earn almost $250 a day, and this is just hitting over 100,000 views now.
Yeah, no, man, that's cool. I think like the plan was now obviously to kind of post a little bit more than before. And I think if you go to analytics and just show, because obviously you always have to double show this, because there's so many people that are skeptic about, hey, how much money is this channel actually making on a day? So we go to estimated revenue and just scroll over that. Now, something I want to say for that is, as we discussed, I think we can easily go to, 10K a month with this channel, 10, 15, maybe even 20K. If we do like $500 a day, just by kind of doubling the amount of videos we're posting. So that's gonna be very, very interesting to see how that develops. But yeah, awesome. Thanks for showing that channel. I think most people believe that's all real. Now, let's take a step back, or back to like during your whole journey, when we, before we even started working together. How did you first come across, like, or did you even know about faceless YouTube channels? Were you even aware that there is something like that? Yeah.
Yeah, I think a lot of people think of YouTube and they think of talking directly to the camera, being your own kind of influencer, vlogger. Casey Neistat is always one that people think of, like, okay, I have to have a giant film camera in front of my face and walk around town. And no, apparently not.
Yeah.
It's very cool. Previous to this, I was making cartoons as my day-to-day job, and I was always working for somebody else, making somebody else's content, because animation takes a village to make. It's a lot of resources. There's a lot of assets. It's a lot of time. And I obviously have so many different animation ideas for YouTube. And in the past, I have made my own cartoons. It takes a long time. And so what I think was amazing about hearing your program, Stefan, was that how quick you were able to produce content. And that gave me, that planted a seed in my mind going, oh, okay, it's possible. I need to rethink what I was doing. All of my skill set was exactly the same skill set, all transferable. I'm making content. We're all from our own homes here, working with teams all across the world. But the best thing about this was to to reframe my thinking, saying, hey, it doesn't need to take weeks or months to make one video. It could possibly take a day or a few hours.
No.
And there's a wide range of content out there on YouTube. And honestly, some of the stuff that you end up seeing, once I started seeing successful channels, sometimes that content is way more simple than you'd ever think. And that kind of blew me away.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the first channel that I started, I had a more complex idea of what I wanted to put together. Because of that, the videos took longer. I was a little more perfectionist. I know you always said just put it out there. It doesn't need to be perfect, kind of thing. And I had to let that go and do less. But I had to make it faster. Otherwise, it wouldn't work, honestly. And you just have to put it out there, see what happens. I started doing that. The second channel, my videos were shorter, less complex. And look at this. It worked.
Yeah. So this would kind of bring me to the next question, because you kind of just explained, like, hey, my challenges were like, hey, being too perfectionistic with this whole thing, maybe being a little bit too slow. What would you say was the biggest turning point for you? Like, what was the specific moment, or when was the specific moment that it kind of clicked for you? And you were like, hey, okay, this is what I'm gonna do. This is what works, and you kind of got there where you are at now. Or was there like a specific moment where it kind of clicked? Yeah.
I know in our teachings, in the first few sessions that we all had, you always mention that when you are finding a niche, finding a topic, and looking at successful channels to emulate, you always got to make it, 2 to 3 minutes longer than somebody else's. So, initially I was making sure my videos were a lot longer than my competitors. And, I did see success, but I got monetized. And then for this is the first channel, and I don't mind talking about the topic on that one. That one was like World War II, like war about airplanes. And I got monetized, and then just the views went down, and it didn't pop off, and it was a multiple different possible reasons for that. Consistency. I didn't have the right team. I was testing a lot of editors, so the quality was all over the place. But once I started constantly doing research, that's the other thing too. I didn't ever stop doing, this niche research. I saw other channels pop up in that same space that were doing a lot less. They were just having literally like a still image for like 3-4 minutes and just talking about the airplanes. And I was blown away. I was like, wait, this channel is blowing up. And they were using like 12 images, where I was producing 25, 30-minute documentaries with archival footage and like making sure every model of the airplane was consistent, right? And like it took a long time. But then I just saw these other channels that were so simple. And I was like, whoa, I'm doing something wrong here.
I
think that was the moment where I was like, oh, okay, I need to pare this down.
You're the second person saying this. So I did 2 interview calls today. So with you and Isabel said exactly the same thing. So many people, and this is also a big thing that many people get wrong when they look at YouTube, is they think they have to create insane quality production videos. But all it really comes down is like, hey, is there space or something you can fill the market with, right? Is there a gap? Firstly, and then secondly, how good is the video idea? Because I always say, like, no matter how good your video is, if your idea is bad, your video is not going to get any views, right? And that's like the biggest thing. That's where you also will see, for example, me not really doing the most insane quality videos, because you can just keep it simple. Then the editors understand that you have way less stress with the editors because they understand everything pretty well. So yeah, that's interesting to know. All right, this brings me actually to the next question, which is where do you see yourself in the next 6 months from now? Because now we obviously have something working. The plan for us now is very simple. So we have something that's working. Why test in a bunch of different kind of niches? Why not just stay in the niche that is currently working very well and double down with more channels in different kind of sub niches? So where do you see yourself in the next, let's say 6 months? What's your goal?
Yeah. My goal this whole time was always to get to even just 5,000 a month. Really, my first goal was just to see if I can get $5,000 a month off multiple different channels. It seems like this channel, the second channel, if I can stay with $200 a day, times 30, that's $6,000 a month. So right there, I am projected to hit this $5,000 a month on the second channel. Yeah. Amazing, honestly. Yeah. Unreal. So my next goal here is to get to $10,000 a month. And whether that's with 2 channels, whether that's doubling down on this one and increasing the cadence of publishing from 4 videos a week to 6 videos a week, or creating a new channel in the same niche, and really just expanding the audience. Mm-hmm. I'm not sure where I'm going to go with this yet, but the 6-month plan is to have uh, a bigger editorial staff, um, have more consistent thumbnails all the time. I mean, always looking out thumbs, essentially research, doing a lot more research. I feel like these first 2 channels, I do some research in the beginning. I really figure out where I want to go. I just click, I just like say, okay, I got to stop doing research and I got to start producing.
Yeah.
And I wanted to get in a good rhythm with everybody to be able to produce 4 to 6 videos consistently. Once I hit that consistency, I'm going to go back to more research and then do it all over again. Just
Yeah.
research, production, build out that team and stay more consistent with it. Have multiple layers of editors. So I'm not relying on just one team or just 2 people, but I could really spread it out and diversify. That's what I'm really trying to do now, is diversify. So
Very
yeah, the fact
important.
that I saw some success with the first channel is amazing. The fact that I saw success with the second channel and then see those dollars come in, even better. So I could,
100%.
Stefan, I could only hope that in 6 months I have 6 channels going, each bringing in $5,000,
Yeah, let's go.
and I won't have to go to this 9-to-5 job anymore.
100%. Yeah, let's see. Maybe we can, or what means maybe, I'm pretty sure like if we stay consistent with what you're doing at the moment, doubling down, starting more channels, you should be free from that in the next 6 months. So that would be awesome. Now, for like everyone who might be watching and be in the same place where you started a few months ago, what advice would you give them? What should they like mainly focus on? Like, do you have any advice for anyone who's maybe just getting started?
I think Stephanie, you do a fantastic job at coaching and understanding how to do research, how to pick your niches, and understanding how YouTube works. You cover that fantastically well. I think the one thing that I came in this with, and maybe it's a little different than most people, was I had production experience. And if you were not organized, this is going to go south really quickly. It's easy to just randomly do stuff for 1 or 2 videos, right? But the whole point of this is to scale. You figure out what works, and then you quickly have to scale. You quickly have to change direction. You quickly have to be able to produce a lot of content. So I would suggest highly that people get organized quickly. Figure out your tracking documents. Like I was mentioning in the beginning of this, I have a huge wide screen, and it's not because I want to watch video games, play video games, or watch a bunch of different stuff all at once. It's literally so I can do tracking of all of the episodes working at the same time. Because at one point, I'm going to have like 6 or 7 different episodes going at once for one channel in multiple different stages of production, whether that's writing, voiceover, finding the assets for it, whatever version number that I'm working on, where those notes are, what I need to do. Maybe I need to go back and redo some voiceover. Maybe I need to go back and actually find more specific photos or clips. There's so many different things that can go that can happen in the lifespan of every episode, that just staying consistent with it, organizing, tracking documents, and then notes, having that relationship with your editor where possibly they're overseas, possibly they don't speak the same language as you. So being able to have a visual key and to have live real-time information back and forth, where I don't need to be on WhatsApp going back and forth, where I don't need to be emailing back and forth. to have a live living document that we can immediately look at and understand where everything is so key.
Yeah.
I always say these tracking documents are God. Like, this is my God,
Yeah.
is the tracking document. And if if the system is always asking questions, then the system is breaking down. But if you have everything up and you ask, you can see it on the tracking document, the God document, then it's going to go much faster, much simpler. It's all about communication. So I can't stress enough putting together your own tracking documents and staying organized.
100%. And also the calls with the editors and with your team, it firstly boosts like the whole relationship. So like between you and the editor. So the editor will not only stay with you longer, but he will feel like he's a part of something, which will automatically make the whole it will keep him motivated to always kind of do his best. So that's always massive. But yeah, awesome, man. One last question before we jump off. Is there something, like anything, even if there is nothing, you can let me know. But is there something that that you specifically like about, for example, working with me?
Yeah, man. It is. You always have really good insights, I would say. It's amazing that you've been doing this for so long and you're so young. You really do understand, even on the calls, the group calls, like, people have a wide range of questions, and you immediately are like, oh yeah, I've already been through that. I've already done that. I've lived through that. And the very, very detailed, niche down questions, like these, and then exactly, you've lived through it. So I think that's what really gives you a lot of credibility, is that you've created a lot of these channels, and you've seen the YouTube lifespan, the life cycle. Like, sometimes it's the wild wild west out there where you can get monetized in like 2-3 videos. Sometimes you got to wait 45 days before it hits, and it's an ever-changing landscape, but you seem to have lived multiple lives in the YouTube space to always give great feedback and help everybody along. So I really do appreciate that. Me coming in with that production experience, but not knowing YouTube, you figuring out production all on your own while learning YouTube is really amazing. And that you've succeeded so much that I do have my trust in you. Like, you are an expert in this. So I always rely on asking you questions, and you're always very accessible too. I have to say, I was very very happy with the fact that not only is it like the weekly calls that we can all ask questions, but you always say like, oh, just hit me up on WhatsApp,
Yeah.
like, that was so cool from that first video. And I have no clue what I was doing, and it was actually working. And I just like send you like some questions or voice notes on WhatsApp, and then you like respond. And I was like, oh shit, that's great. Awesome.
Yeah. I always try to respond as fast as possible.
Yeah.
Just makes your life easier, like especially for you guys, because you can kind of get the answers as fast as possible, and you can start implementing as fast as possible. So yeah, but yeah, man, thanks for the nice words. Thanks for coming on. I think it's gonna be a long one, so super cool. But I think you educated a lot as well, which is super cool. So everyone is probably gonna learn a lot from this call, which is amazing. And yeah, thanks so much. And we'll see. Maybe we'll do another call once we hit that 10K month mark. That would be cool. And yeah, maybe update what we changed, what we did. So yeah, let's go. Thanks so much. And we'll then see you on the normal weekly calls, right?
Yes, definitely.
Awesome.
I'm happy to be here. Happy to see the progress, and also just I'm really amazed to see the other people in the group. Uh, where they're starting. A lot of people don't have the production experience, but through your guidance, they are getting views. The whole point is getting views, And you can see these people getting from 0 views to now 1,000 views, hitting their first 1,000 views. And you're like, that is so cool to be able to see these people in completely different lives. You know, they have completely different backgrounds, yet they all seem to be seeing success with your teaching. So that's just a testament to you as well.
Thank you, man. Now we come to doubling down on what works. Once you find something that actually works on your channel, as we have discussed in that interview here with Scott as well, once you find something that works and gets views, why would you want to reinvent the wheel? Don't do that, all right? Many people think that once you have something that works, you can create more and more and more and more and more videos about that. But here's the thing. You actually can do exactly that. So what we do is we double down on that topic until it does not work anymore. Now, this does not specifically only need to be a topic. It can be a thumbnail, a title structure, like it can be literally anything that has worked very well. And we do it over and over and over and over and over again until it doesn't work. If you have something that works, do 80% of what works and test 20% new stuff. The reason for that is very simple. We always want to test new stuff because if that 80% of what works does not work anymore, we might have already found something new that actually works in those 20%. All right. And this is something that has worked extremely well with Andre, who, you know, went from just being monetized to $31,000 in just 4 months, which is absolutely crazy. So here you guys can see, I'll read this for you. So February results, 30K plus gross revenue. Back in January, I shared that I had my first 2 consecutive 1K days. I was already excited, but February was even crazier. When I first got into YouTube automation, my goal was simple 10K profit per month. It took me 3 months to monetize my first channel. I changed my AdSense to LLC account, but Google denied, saying it's duplicated. So here we had some problems with this AdSense account. So we had to wait 32 days without earning during November and December of 2025. Then awful times, check the images attached. So we have the images here, but something clicked because I decided to start 2 other channels in the meantime. Now what we did is very, very simple. We had something that worked, right? And we doubled down on 2 more channels in a little bit of a different sub niches. This is also something we spoke about in this exact interview here that you guys already saw, okay? Where were we? Here. The second and third channels monetized in just 12 and 13 days. This is what I mean. Once you have the first channel running, YouTube gets extremely easy. I leveraged end screens from the first channel to accelerate the growth, and that changed the game. So YouTube has officially closed February earnings, and my total gross revenue across 3 channels were $30,000 or $30,700, right? Honestly, my wife and I are still processing it, but this is not the time to relax. We need to keep pushing pushing this as a company. There we have it. If we stop executing what works, the numbers will fall. Momentum in YouTube is key. So yes, we celebrate, but we stay sharp, focused, and disciplined. So this is awesome. Another thing, thank you for everyone who voted in the February $1,000 monthly progress challenge. So for everyone who's kind of working with me, we have like a monthly $1,000 progress challenge. So for the student who does the most amount of progress, that specific student gets like $1,000. I pay them $1,000 out of my own pocket just to keep everyone even more motivated and just to kind of have like a little bit of a challenge between the students. Absolutely love it. I'm grateful for this community, and I'll continue sharing what's working, what's changing, and what I'm learning in real time. Let's keep building and scaling. Now, I'm pretty sad. Like, Andre is a little bit sick, and I want to get this video out. Otherwise, we would have a case study with him too. It's gonna come somewhere. Just have a look on my channel. Maybe it's already there. I don't know, but this worked extremely well, so we literally doubled down on what exactly is working, and we, took Andre to $30,000 in just 4 months. Now, we can also, instead of, doing kind of choosing topics with the topic transfer method, because here we always use something that has already, or something that is proven to work. What we can also do to kind of bring something completely new to the market is to actually do video topic ideation with AI. Now, this is kind of the last solution I would go to if I am picking topics. But if there's literally like nothing I can create videos about, then I would actually do exactly this. So what we do is very simple. So this is the prompt. You guys can literally copy the prompt. So we copy this prompt, we go to ChatGPT, we open up a new chat. All right. Then we go ahead and we make a screenshot of the, not of the whole channel, oops, of the most popular videos of our competitor channels, exactly like this. Boom. Then we paste it inside there. We can literally, okay, like this is okay. And then we send this off. All right. Now what ChatGPT is basically going to do for us is it's basically going to study all of these video topics and write us a prompt we then give back to ChatGPT. All right. For ChatGPT to then give us similar video topics to the topics that are already winning. It's pretty powerful. Like it could work very, very well. Sometimes no interesting stuff, but sometimes very interesting stuff where, you know, especially if you know the niche and you love the niche yourself and you know a lot about the niche yourself, this can be really helpful because you know what people in the niche want to kind of have a look at, right? So we're going to send this back to ChatGPT now. Then it's kind of going to generate us here 20 video ideas. Why everyone drank more water in the 1970s. I don't know, not the coolest thing. But here, the real reason why 1980s kids went outside all day. So this is quite cool. Gives you thumbnail text as well. So here, they had no choice. Pretty interesting. I think most people from the 1980s would probably watch this video. So here, just as an example, I would literally go to my mom and ask her like, hey, like, let me know if these videos are interesting or not. Here, why fast food tasted better in the 1980s. What happened to living rooms in the 1990s. So awesome. This is kind of how you do the whole video ideation with AI. Pretty easy. I would not completely rely on this. I would maybe bring in a little bit of this here and there, but mainly I would use the niche or the topic transfer method, or I would kind of look on the competitor channels and look for different angles. All right. So these are like the three kind of different ways how you can find video topics. And next up, we will then look at the whole content creation. We'll go over all of that. It's pretty massive. So yeah, let's get into that. So now that we have the video topic, we now need to get into content creation and the whole team and everything. Now, something I can tell you is that this is absolutely massive. So this is going to be a massive part of this video. But why? Because this is one of the most important things. You know, you have to keep in mind that your team is going to run basically the channel. So you have to have a good team to be able to scale. All right, very important. Now, when you have three options when you're approaching content creation. So you can either do it yourself, you can go the hybrid method, or like hybrid is basically you create some and the editors create some, or the freelancers do some, or you can also fully outsource it. So I'm now just going to give you the advantages and disadvantages. So for do it yourself, the advantages are very simple. You basically have no costs, 100% profit, new skills, and you have full control of the whole content creation process. The disadvantages are it's not very scalable, it's extremely time consuming, learning takes a lot of time, and without you don't make any money. Then the hybrid method, this is something a lot of students or a lot of people start with. It has low costs, so the advantages, low costs, you do what you enjoy, you have more control over the whole process. The disadvantages, very simple, it's partially scalable, still very time consuming, some capital required, and without you, there's no income. Then we have fully outsourced. This is kind of the best way to go about it, especially if you don't know how to write scripts, how to edit, how to do any of these things. That's where this kind of is the best. So the advantages of it is very simple. Not very time consuming, extremely scalable, still over 80% profit margin if you do it correctly. Then time freedom, you work with experienced freelancers. Without you, you still make money, so there's still an income. And disadvantages, it requires some initial capital to kind of pay the freelancers, all right? So these, like, you guys can literally choose yourself what exactly of these you want to do. doesn't really matter as long as you post the videos at the end of the day. Now, where do you actually hire these people? Now, a thumbnail designer, I would recommend you to hire them from X. Now, on here, you'll find more skilled thumbnail designers, if I can say it like that. But with that, obviously, their prices are going to be higher. On Fiverr, you will find a bunch of like cheaper thumbnail designers as well. I usually use Upwork, really good for thumbnail designers at a pretty decent price. YouTube Jobs is also good, or Online Jobs PH is also pretty good to find thumbnail designers. I usually just work with Upwork or YT Jobs, pretty good. Then we have a scriptwriter. Now, scriptwriters, in most cases, I find my scriptwriters from Upwork or from YT Jobs. Online Jobs PH is also pretty good. But then, you know, most people, including ourselves, we mainly use AI to write our scripts. Now, for this, you can literally use ChatGPT, you can use Claude, you can use Google Gemini, you can use anything you want to write scripts with AI. In the next part of this whole video, I'll also show you guys how to do that. So keep on watching. Then we have the voiceover artist that we usually hire from Fiverr. Why? Because we can immediately listen to the voiceovers while, you know, scrolling through Fiverr and looking for them. Or we use ElevenLabs. ElevenLabs is also really, really good. Now, something I don't have on here is GenAIPro. This is kind of the new ElevenLabs, or the ElevenLabs for people just starting out. So I'll link it down below. I'll also link the ElevenLabs down below. But this year, or on here, you get like 1 million credits for $22. So these voiceovers are good, but they're not the best. ElevenLabs has better voiceovers, but this is more than enough when you're just starting out, especially if you want to keep the costs a bit lower, then you just use GenAIPro. I mean, $22 for 1 million credits. You can do a lot of videos with that, right? So I'll link both of it in the video description. Now, these are both AI voiceover generators for the people who don't know. So awesome. You can basically generate a voiceover like that. I don't know, not many people use Fiverr anymore or use real voiceover artists anymore. Most of it is AI. And yes, these voiceovers still do get monetized, all right? Then for the video editor, we use Upwork, all right? In most cases, we use Upwork. Why? Because on Upwork, we can find quite skilled freelancers who can do basic videos. And basic videos is something I like a lot because they are pretty cheap, right? So on average, I pay between like $15 and $20 per video, which is quite cheap. But yeah, then you can also find editors on X. Now on here, you will find mainly editors who do like animation or who do like more high quality videos, all right? So that's something you'll find on X. Now keep in mind, on X, the editors will be more expensive, okay? Then Online Jobs, not Online Jobs, YT Jobs is also really good for video editors, or Online Jobs PH, also really good. Then for channel manager, now when do you need a channel manager? This is something really important to understand, because you don't need a channel manager with the first channel you're starting. You just don't need that, all right? You need a channel manager once you have I would say at least 3 channels, right? Where you just want 3 channels and you're making some money already, just so you can buy back some time, all right? By hiring a channel manager. Now, a channel manager usually gets 5% of the channel revenue. Now, where do you find them? Have a look in your friend group. Maybe there's someone who has some time who wants to make some extra money, right? You can also find them on Upwork. You can also find them in your current team. So never ever forget about your own team, right? So have a look at your thumbnail designer, your scriptwriter, your voiceover artist, or your video editor, and take one of these guys who is kind of the most, how do you say it? I forgot the word now, but someone who's always on time, someone who always makes sure that everything is correct, and upgrade that person to that specific position. All right. You can also find them on YT Jobs, or you can hire a virtual assistant or a VA from onlinejobs.ph and kind of teach him everything to be a channel manager. So this is where you find all of your freelancers. It takes a little bit of time. I would recommend you guys to put in the work, put in the time to really find good people. This is going to make your life way easier when it then comes to actually scaling your Faceless YouTube channels. Then the most commonly used payment methods are bank transfer, Wise, PayPal, or Remitly. Now you have to keep in mind that in many of these countries here, for example, India, Pakistan, Nepal, what's the other one? Philippines, like all of these countries in most cases don't have PayPal, right? So many of them use Remitly or Wise or even bank transfer. So be open to these payment methods, if I could say it like that. Then when to pay them. I pay my people at the end of the month to avoid thousands of transactions. All right. Now my people have been with me for a very, very long time. Now, in most cases, they're not going to agree to this right away. So to build trust in the beginning, start by paying them for every video first, then weekly, then monthly. All right. Now I do this, as I've said, to just avoid thousands of transactions every single month. But this is truly up to you and what deal you make with the freelancers you hire. So you don't specifically have to do it exactly as I do right here. It's up to you. You can pay them however you want to, as long as you pay them. I know that there are a lot of people out there that do not pay their freelancers. Pay them, all right? Okay, so we have ourselves on that. Now, next question that many people ask me is, should you hire a complete team? Now, what is a complete team, first of all? A complete team basically, in most cases, has one contact person. You don't have any direct relationship with individual team members. Very fast onboarding, so you can very quickly get started with them. And it's very easy for beginners in most cases. But it has some disadvantages. You have a lack of control, no direct contact with the scriptwriter, editor, thumbnail designer, all of these things. So you're always working through a middleman, all right? So whenever you go and you work with a full team, make sure to ask them specifically, hey, please make a group with every single individual person that is working on my videos. So you can easily kind of work with them, because otherwise it's harder to train or improve individual roles. You rely on one middleman, limits growth of content quality, all right? Very important. When this is good is when you're just starting out with your channel. You want to avoid hiring a management, all right? Or you want to avoid like hiring like specific roles or kind of managing the whole team. You need fast results. Now, fast results, I don't mean with, fast 10K a month, but you don't want to kind of go back and forth. You just want good people very fast, all right? You don't want to spend time on team building yet. Now, this is a short-term convenience, not a long-term team strategy, all right? So this can be good, and they are 100% good complete teams. But in most cases, it's still better to hire separately, okay? Long-term strategy, build your own team. Hire people for specific tasks. Editor, writer, thumbnail artist, and so on. All right. The cool thing is you now have full control over the whole training. You can improve each role individually. You have better feedback loops and you have a higher overall quality. Okay. Very important. Why a custom team is a valuable asset. Your team becomes part of the channel's value. When selling your channel, you can include the team. So you can sell the team with the channel, which increases the price of your channel a lot. And many people don't believe me when I'm saying this. The thing is, in most cases, investors buy these channels and they do not have time to build a new team, or they don't want to train up new people, okay? This makes the channel significantly more valuable. Buyers love stable, trained teams. All right. So put in the time to build your own team. It will improve your videos and increase your channel's long-term worth. Very important, because for most people here, you might somewhere want to exit your channel and sell it. All right. So how do you train your team for consistency? So now we get a little bit into the team training. Consistency is equal to long-term channel growth. Systems, habits, and is equal to predictable quality. Your job is to create a repeatable process for the team to follow the whole time. The consistency feedback loop. Upload a video, analyze the performance, and adjust. All right. So what I usually do when we start a new channel, I don't even, do huge huge kind of revisions with my videos. I literally just post it and then I look at how does the video perform and what can we improve on the next video. Apply the same standards then on every one of the next video. Then you repeat this exact process until your team executes it reliably. Consistency grows as repetition increases. So publish, review, feedback, standardize, I probably can't say this word, then improve and repeat. Okay, so instead of trying to get the first video perfect, just get it out there, look at what works, what doesn't. Because if you have not even posted your first video, how do you want to know what works and what doesn't? So we always post the video first instead of trying to make it perfect. Then we we analyze it, we get the performance, we look at what feedback the audience gave us, and we improve on that. All right, very important. Define clear standards and goals and responsibilities. So everyone must understand the quality bar. Very important. Define what a good script looks like. Define what a good edit looks like. Define what a good voiceover sounds like. Now, these are things you can do by analyzing your competitor videos or your competitor channels, all right? So the scriptwriter needs clarity plus pacing, and he needs to know what kind of hooks to use. The scriptwriter, the editor, and the voiceover artist does not need to go ahead and study your competitor channels. That's something you have to do. That's something you have to give to them. All right. The editor needs to understand what emotion, what pacing, and how to polish the video. You have to tell him what to do. You have to study your competitor channels. All right. So the voiceover has to understand the tone, variation, and timing. That's something you have to study on your competitor channels. All right. Then I need you to build SOPs, so standard operation procedures. So create checklists, script writing checklists, editing checklists, voiceover checklist. SOP is equal to the same process for every single video. This reduces inconsistency from guesswork. You want to do regular check-ins to maintain alignment. Now, daily or every 2 weeks, just a quick check. What we like to do is we like to do just quick Zoom calls. We don't, include everyone anymore in those Zoom calls, mainly just with the managers. And we just have a look at hey, where we stuck? What can we do better? Where can we improve? In the beginning, I would recommend you to kind of do this with your whole team. Doesn't need to be daily, every 2 days, every 4 days, every week once. Also good. But the more you do it, the better your relationship with the team gets, the better your videos get, and the better the teamwork gets. Okay? You can ask them, are there any issues? Are there any bottlenecks? Are you struggling with anything? Okay? If you notice small inconsistencies, fix them early. Fix problems before they become habits, all right? So if videos are late, ask them hey, why are videos late? Why are the videos late? Where's the problem? If there's a problem, you fix it. If it's just a lack of commitment, give them one more chance and then you find someone else, and we'll get into that a bit later. If someone slows down, support them. If quality drops, intervene immediately, okay? Give constructive and standardized feedback. Highlight what's inconsistent in the videos. So look at the video and tell them hey, this and this is not how it's supposed to be. All right. Explain why it matters. Provide a clear example of the correct version. So if the editor has done it correctly, you can use a kind of a example of something he did correctly in the past, or from the competitor channels. Now, very important, be friendly. You have to keep in mind, all these guys are also just humans, all right? So be human, be friendly, be corrective, and sustain for a sustainable improvement, all right? So for example, script, this part breaks pacing, shorten it like the last video, just as an example. Or editing, background music is inconsistent. Use the same style as in video X. Voiceover, too monotone. Match the variation we used in video Y. Just as an example. So you give them examples so then they know what they did wrong. Okay. Now for this, by the way, you can use frame.io. Really awesome for kind of giving revisions to your team. All right. Make use of this. Really, really awesome. Many teams use it already. Then Train your team on your benchmarks. Choose 1 to 3 perfect videos as templates. These become your gold standards. Every one mimics pacing, tone, and structure. Reduces creative drift over time. Now, I would recommend you to do this right away, but do this once you have something that is working on your channel. You use whatever is working on your channel and you do that over and over and over again, and you train your team on exactly that. Because why? Because it works, right? Now, for the scriptwriter follows the reference hooks, so the same similar hooks as in these videos. Editor follows reference transitions, same style, same pacing, same everything, right? Voiceover follows the same tone dynamics. Now, weekly team calls to reinforce consistency. Review one script or video together every single week, especially in the beginning. Identify inconsistencies as a group. Now here again, this is where again teamwork comes in, and you really build a team that is there for the long term and there to stay. Agree on improvements for the next week. This strengthens teamwork plus shared quality vision. All right. This is very important because you include the team in the whole project. That will make them feel part of something. Okay. Frequency, weekly or just bi-weekly, big benefit, everyone stays aligned together. Create culture of mutual accountability. The team should notice inconsistencies too. So encourage them to speak up as well. If one person is unavailable, others should know the standard. Now, back to this point here just very quickly. If you are slacking, your team should be or feel comfortable with telling you like, hey, you are slacking. You're not as you were. Like, we're missing you. You're not there anymore as you were. Very important, all right? A consistent team is interchangeable without losing quality. Not everyone does random things, but everyone follows the system, okay? Consistency training formula, very easy. So clear standards, very, very clear standards. SOPs and checklists, regular check-ins, constructive feedback, benchmark examples, team review calls, culture of shared responsibility. So very easy: systems, practice, feedback, consistent output. All right. So this is how you are going to train your team. Then how do you actually handle team issues and replacements? Issues will happen and systems matter when these issues happen. Handle problems very early so you don't have any stress. All right. Replace professionally when needed. So if someone is always slow, replace them. Look for someone else, all right? Identify the issues early. Watch for repeated mistakes. Notice inconsistent quality. Track missed deadlines. Pay attention to communication and attitude. Early detection is equal to easier fixes. So if you onboard someone who has these specific problems over and over and over and over and over again, before kind of getting that guy too involved or her too involved into the whole team, replace, right? Because this specific person will not change, okay? Very important. Then address the issue professionally. By the way, give them a warning and then change. So address the issue professionally, give direct, friendly feedback. So tell them like, hey, you're not doing your work correctly. You're always late. You're always slow. Your communication isn't good. Ask them like, hey, where's the problem? Don't you want to do it? Like, where's the problem? Explain what's not working. Show an example of the expected standard. Ask if anything is blocking their performance. The goal is to fix the issue and not to blame the person or to make the person a bad person. All right? Fix the issue. This is always going to be the easiest thing because then you don't need to onboard someone else. All right? Provide one round of correction. Give the team member a clear chance to improve, especially in the beginning. Very important. Set a small improvement window, 1 to 3 tasks. Offer support or resources. Clarify consequences if nothing changes. Improvement is equal to stay. No improvement, move to replacement. All right? Know when to replace. Consistency, not improving. Miss deadlines repeatedly. Poor communication, not following instructions, causes delays for the entire team. If this person or this specific freelancer is doing this over and over and over and over and over again, after you've already addressed it, after you've already gave them one round of correction, they're out, right? You don't want to work with them anymore. So that's why you always want to prepare backups before you need them. Always have 1 to 2 backup freelancers, always, all right? So even if you have your team, you always go ahead and you actually hire a little bit of more freelancers to have backups, so you don't have to go ahead and spend days and days to find the new freelancers. Test backups occasionally. Keep SOPs ready so new members can onboard very quickly. So backup system is equal to 0 downtime, okay? Important. We don't want to kind of have a huge dip in our uploading schedule just because one freelancer is not willing to work, all right? Then smooth the replacement process. Send a polite offboarding message. So keep in mind, they're still human, all right? Pay off all the completed work, okay? Even if you're not completely happy with it, pay them off, all right? Onboard new member using SOPs and examples. Give clear expectations from day one and repeat this whole process. Now, the summary is very simple. Spot issues very early. Give structured feedback. Allow time to improve. Replace only when necessary. Always keep backups and onboard new members with clarity, okay? Now, how do you actually communicate with your team? Now, let me just see how much it still is. Damn, it's actually still a lot. How do you communicate with your team? So keep in mind, again, these are all just humans. So friendly communication first, clear instructions, 0 confusion, build relationships, not transactions. Listen, adapt, and collaborate. Celebrate wins publicly and correct privately. So if, for example, your editor does a mistake, message him privately. Tell him like, hey, you did this and this mistake. If he did something very well, message him in the group so he feels good about himself. All right. Quality rises when team morale rises. Okay. Now the core principle is be friendly and be human. As I've, mentioned multiple times, behind every Slack, Discord, or WhatsApp account is a human. Mistakes are normal and not personal. Critique work, not the person. Avoid harsh language. Your work is trash, right? We don't want to do this. Build friendships, not fear with your freelancers. Because if you build fear, that's where they're going to make mistakes over and over and over again, because they're going to try to make it perfect and they're going to be scared to kind of do that work. Ask occasionally, how are you doing? How's your life? All right. Keep in mind, they're all still just human. Okay. Now, clear and precise instructions. Never send long, confusing paragraphs. Send short, simple, actionable messages. One change, one bullet. Reread your message. Would I understand this? Also very important. And ask them, do you understand this? All right. Use example screenshots when possible. So, for example, a good example is remove background noise at 0.24 to 0.32, right? Bad example is fix audio here. It sounds weird. Where do they know where it sounds weird and why it sounds weird? All right. So again, you can use Frame.io, all right, as I already said, to kind of review videos. It helps you a lot. Okay. Now, you also need to be actively listening to your team. Ask about workflow problems. Take concerns very seriously. If something is inefficient, fix it. Make collaboration satisfying. Your willingness to adapt boosts team loyalty, which is very important, because if you have a loyal team and a good team, you can do anything on YouTube. So very simple. Listen, reflect, improve, and retest. Team member raises issue. You ask clarification or clarifying questions. Adjust workflow. Review results together. Use multiple communication modes. So texting is fine, but occasionally, as I've already shared, hop on calls, share screens, faster clarity, ask what can we improve, set goals together, all of these things. Core benefits, faster troubleshooting, better connection, clearer feedback, less misunderstanding, because most of the things you can very clearly just talk about on the call. Okay, setting deadlines collaboratively. I don't know how to say this word again. Don't impose rigid deadlines. Ask, can we complete this in 24 hours? Team negotiates maybe 48 hours. Compromise 30 hours. Mutual agreement increases accountability. All right, very important. Negotiation letter, proposed deadline, team feedback, adjustment, final agreed deadline. Now, this final agreed deadline is a deadline that everyone has to stick to. Make this very clear. Be responsive yourself. If you expect responsiveness, give it as well. If unavailable holidays, weekends, literally if anything comes up in your life, notify your team. Reduce uncertainty, keep message flow consistent. Responsiveness is equal to respect. Respect is equal to stronger teamwork. Celebrate wins publicly. Share success in group chat. Highlight great edits. This video performed amazingly. Great job, team. Motivate. This literally motivates the entire team. Builds pride and ownership. Public raise is equal to you have to do it in the group chat. Private criticism, direct messages only, as I've already explained. All right. Then we have motivation through recognition. Recognize individuals who do a very great job or who try to improve. Others will step up to earn the same recognition. All right. Positive reinforcement is fear-based management, or positive recognition is greater than fear-based management. Very important. All right, guys, really implement these things. You will see how your team changes. The communication formula: be friendly, be clear, listen actively, communicate across modes, set mutual deadlines, stay responsive, celebrate wins, correct privately, build a team, not a hickory. I don't know how to say that word, but try to put these specific things. And I know it's a lot, but try to put this into play and you will see how much your team actually improves and how much easier it's going to be with your team. Now, what platforms we use to kind of manage our whole workflow? You can use Trello or you can use Google Docs. I use Google Docs just because it's very easy for me to set up. Most of our team members understand Google Docs, so it's kind of the easiest way to go about it. But then again, many people like Trello as well. Now, Trello, like I think most of you guys know it already. Now, figuring out how to work with your team was massive for Timothy, who was able to scale from 0 to almost $5,000 a month by only posting 4 videos a month. This is also an extremely valuable interview with one of our students. He has been with us for quite a while, so he knows a lot about YouTube. So make sure to not skip it and watch this whole interview. Very, very, very valuable. You will learn a lot. All right, so we are here with Tim today, who has been with me for quite a while, I have to say. We had our up and downs, I would say.
I had I think I joined in June of 2 years ago, almost 2 years ago, and I had a while there where I had some medical things. I had to have surgery, and it took a while to recover. So, but yeah. So
So you have been with me quite a while. I think we kind of figured it out now a little bit. We'll dive deeper into that a bit later. But yeah, tell me a little bit about you, maybe. Oh, the viewers, I know you already.
So I'm officially retired from my day job. I got a military background, 20 years, and I was in the power industry. I'm a trainer by trade, so doing technical training. And then I've always been interested in YouTube, but I always thought you had to have like a channel with your face on it. And then I saw your ad, I think it was on Instagram. And it was Instagram. And then you said, hey, DM me, and I DM'd you. And then I got your first program. It was very cool. And I like the idea of being able to do a faceless channel. So, and I just jumped in. So I think I was a good student.
Yeah, 100%.
I always worked hard. Yeah.
Always. And you were kind of always there. And even though, and this is one of the most important things I always say, like, don't give up after the first channel or first few channels, and I think you're a perfect example for that. Like, obviously we had our successes here. We had some channels that completely failed, and we had some channels that, at least got monetized, made a little bit of money, but nothing big, right? So at this current moment, like, I think everyone is always curious, and that's why most people are always clicking on these videos, is how much are you currently making with your YouTube channel? We have one channel now that's doing quite decent, and how much is that channel making? If you want to, you can also share your screen. There we have.
Can you see this?
Yes.
This screen?
Yeah.
So I'm just really excited. This channel has done really well. I kind of took a really big niche and I said, I love this and I'm going to do a little bit different. Um, and I think the key thing is I learned how to, number one, write really good scripts. And I took a lot of time to do that. And then I really worked hard to find really good video editors. And I've got a really good core of video editors that create, in my opinion, I love my videos. Some people don't like them, but that's okay. So, you know, I've got 1.2 million views since the channel started. That's about 2 months ago. Tons of watch time. I've got over 100,000 hours of watch time.
Damn.
My subscribers are growing.
Yeah.
And if you would have told me I would have had a channel that does that based on everything I've learned in this group, I would have said, yeah, whatever. But now, and so the income's good. You can see this is my best day. This is $338. That was when these two videos right here, the top two were taking off. So that was just over a month ago. But then you can see, and I know my floor right now is right around $50. So it goes from $338 to $50 a day. It all depends, I'm going to start increasing more videos.
That's a good idea.
And you can see, and I think I'm going to 2 and then 3 a week. And that's going to help because each one of my videos, their interaction is getting better and better.
Yeah.
And you can tell when you start a new channel if YouTube likes your channel, if the algorithm likes it, because you'll get impressions. And that's one thing I've learned from you is you can learn pretty quickly if the channel is going to work. And you've got to just test it. If a channel doesn't work, just move on and go to something else. So, and I'm going to take like your advice and build off of this concept into some different niches in this area. So yeah.
Yeah. I think it's a good idea. I always, say it's the easiest thing to, if you have one channel that's working, so just, build more channels in the same broad niche, even if it's like in a more sub niche, because you can kind of leverage the traffic from your main channel over to your other channels. But I think you're for sure, and I say this, you're for sure at least going to double or triple your views if you start posting more. Why? Because, we have that 80-20 rule where, as I've explained, like 20% of the videos bring in 80% of the views. But the cool thing about your specific niches or your channels is you just told me that old videos are still doing like very consistent views every single day.
Yes.
And this is going to increase, the more videos you have. Obviously, not every video is going to pop off, sadly, or it would be cool if everything would always pop off. But I think if you increase the posting frequency, and you have more videos that consistently bring in X amount of views, that's then where it can go quite crazy and where you can then, later on even almost don't post anything and still make a decent amount of money from the channel. So yeah, that's quite cool. How much are you currently paying per video, if I may ask?
I'm paying right around 100 to 140 based on the video length. And I track it. Most of my videos at least break even.
Yeah.
But probably within like a week, all of them become profitable.
Yeah. All right.
So I'm covering my costs. And that's really what I was focused on. So in February, I made 3,300. I'm probably on track to make about 2,000 for March, just going based on the numbers. But you just have one more video that pops off and you'll get like one of the videos has got $3,000.
Yeah.
Just that video alone.
That's crazy. Yeah. I always say like, don't judge too early. I know like it can be quite frustrating in the beginning sometimes if not much happens. But I promise you, if you post videos, you will most probably hit one video this month that is going to do well. In most cases, even if it looks like a very bad month and it looks like it's not going that well, many cases, you will always at least hit like one video that kind of brings in all of the money. And that's just how it is. Like, as I said, like 20% of the money 80% of the money comes from 20% of the views of the videos. There we have it now.
Yeah.
So yeah,
we call that the 80-20 rule.
Basically, no.
Yeah.
How much has this channel kind of generated lifetime? It's not too old, this channel, right? So it took a few videos to take off.
I think over lifetime, it's about It's over 4,000.
Okay. All right. And it
Yeah.
has been monetized for 2 months? Something?
I got monetized in after 9 videos, basically like 6 weeks.
Yeah.
So,
All right.
and when I first started posting my 3rd video, I could tell, oh, YouTube likes this. The algorithm likes it. And that's when you get experience, you know if a channel is going to work. You just know by instinct, you know. And talking with the group and talking with other people that, you know, your weekly meetings, you kind of get a feel for how things are going to go. So
100%.
yeah.
100%. Yeah, I think, man, if we, like I said, double down on the posting and also kind of start more channels in the same niche, I think 10K a month shouldn't be too difficult. And I say it shouldn't be too difficult because, you know, if you look at, as an example now, Andre doing very well, and that's the exact same thing he did, you know. Yeah, let's see. I think it's going to be good. You said
I think I'm gonna focus on that and get my new editors to. I'm gonna build movie related and actor related channels. I think that I know the niche. I'm going to stick with it. So I was looking at some other things, but I think I'll just stay with this and build this because my goal is I want to do 50K a month.
Yeah, man.
And it's possible.
It's
anyone watching this, it's possible. You just got to be persistent and test niches and test ideas and just keep going. So
100%.
Yeah.
I think by maybe if everything goes very well, I always say the first channel to get it off the ground, most difficult thing. After that gets more easy because especially if you stay in the same niche because you can leverage your audience, right? So just as an example now again, Andre, did he expect to make 30K this fast already? Probably not, but he was able to do it because he had one channel that was doing well, right? And we just moved again and built other channels around that exact same niche. And if you do the same thing, should be 100% possible. Hopefully this year. Like it's not a fast track thing, but it could be if we have a little bit of luck on our side, could be possible.
Yeah.
So no.
And I think I like the concept of, and we've talked about this. You take a niche, and I like movies, I like and all that, and just so many of the people that were big in the niche their videos were boring, but they still get so many views. I'm like, I can just do a better video. And that's what I did, and people like it. So yeah. Anyways, go ahead and ask my question. So
you said your what was your most viewed video? It's 270,000 views, right?
No. It's over 500,000. It's this one right here.
Damn. All right.
Idiocracy. You want me to go to I'll show you the content.
Yeah, I'll have a look at that one.
So yeah, it's right here.
Damn, 500,000 views is something not many people do. Trust me.
And it's still getting like 1,000 views a day. So it goes up, it goes down. And this is a normal cycle. The algorithm knows when my audience is there, they show the video and then it goes down. Yeah. And I think you'll see as your expands, your click-through rate starts to go down a little bit and your view duration goes down a little bit, but 40% I'll take all day. You can see my average here for the channel.
Yeah, average view duration is pretty good. Like
it's pretty good. It's not great. I mean,
you have to keep some videos, right? But yeah, I always say like you have to keep in mind that your click-through rate and your average view duration is gonna go down as you get more views. So for that, it's still pretty decent, I would say.
Yeah, my click-through rate is always like 7-8% in the beginning, and then goes down about 5 to 6, sometimes 4. So, but yeah, you just keep. I don't care as long as YouTube keeps showing the video.
No,
I don't care. Yeah. You can see this is their lifetime revenue.
No, crazy. That's cool, man.
Yeah,
especially like from one video. Now we just need more of these.
And my second good video is this one right here. And I piggybacked this guy. There's a really famous series right now called Fallout. It's from the game, and Walter Goggins is one of the main characters, and I love him. And I said, I'm just going to do a video about him. And look, I mean, this video still gets
7,000
3,500 views a day. It still gets it, and it just keeps growing.
Yeah,
same. You can see the same click-through rate, the same view duration. So it starts high and then it goes down, but that's fine.
Yeah.
So
and the crazy thing is this video is already or has been online for like 30 days already, and it's still so And this is again a good thing. So it seems like that these videos are going to be pretty evergreen. And that again falls back to, if we post more videos, we're going to have more videos that do exactly this, which is automatically going to bring up your views, even if you don't post as much, which is quite cool.
What I also look at is it's still predominantly browse feature, which means the algorithm knows if they show this video, people are going to click on it.
No.
And
100%.
then you get suggested videos is pretty good. Some of my videos have more suggested than browse, and then some are like end screen. A lot of them get end screen views from my channel. So yeah, it's fun.
But to see end screen views is good, especially if you want to, start, as we discussed, like start more channels and move the views over via like end screen. So that's going to be good.
And you can see in the beginning, I was testing different concepts. Some didn't work. Oh, this is my first big video. This is so these two videos right here, Office Space and Keanu Reeves. People love Keanu Reeves. Now, it's not, this went big before. This helped me monetize my channel, but still it gets a couple hundred, views every 48 hours. That's fine.
Yeah.
A lot of subscribers, still get people commenting on this. Yeah.
Yeah. And the thing is, like, even if it only seems like 200 views, it stacks up over a bunch of videos, which is
and then,
cool.
And you can see here the view duration is longer.
Yeah, that one's good.
And the click-through rate it's not as high, but it hangs out right around 4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It looks good. Like I said, something I'll try is, especially for the older videos, or for the videos that didn't perform as well, try to kind of change around a little bit with the packaging. Sometimes that really helps to get them up, especially, because you're not posting too much, so you can really focus on the thumbnails and kind of focus on changing them up, improving them, which is cool. Yes.
And I have been doing that. But there's only certain videos, like some of these videos, they're just not going to take but that's okay. I was experimenting with stuff. So yeah, anyways.
That's awesome. Right. So thank you for kind of taking us through your whole channel. Now, something that is very interesting to me, and especially for the more skeptical people outside, were you skeptical about YouTube first? Like about this whole YouTube automation thing? Or did you know already in the beginning that, hey, this probably can work? Like, were you skeptic at all about this?
I mean, I think you're always skeptical. I mean, I've tried a lot of things, Facebook ads, affiliate marketing, and I've had some success, but a lot of them are just so much work. What I like about YouTube automation when I started your course is, and especially a Faceless channel, is when you learn the process, I probably might spend an hour or two a day at the most researching and writing a script. And with AI, it can help you a lot. I mean, I would say AI gets me 80% there, and then I do the rest manually. And then I've cloned my voice and did an AI modification of it and just make it cleaner. And so I can voice over the scripts pretty quickly. And then I've got a set of, the biggest thing is getting your editors vetted.
Yeah.
But, working with you, I learned how to do all that. So yeah, once I learned the process, no, it's pretty easy. And I got my first channel. It was not great. It was in what I thought was a good niche. It was in politics and stuff like that. And it's just so, that whole area is just so negative nowadays. I hated doing it.
Yeah.
And so I basically got rid of that channel when I had to have surgery, and I came back and said, okay, I'm going to start different.
Yeah.
And you know me, I like evergreen stuff. So I like a lot of your niche recommendations, but I look and say, okay, how can I make that evergreen?
Yeah.
So, but then I was like, this is what I really like to do. I like movies. I like commentary. And like I said before, some of these videos are it's just them talking with video clips in the background. I said, I can do a better script and do a better video. And that's what I did. So, and it's paying off. This channel's going to explode. I know it.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, and I just wanted to ask you, like, what were like some of the biggest challenges you faced early on? And I think with you, like, I think the biggest thing, maybe I'm wrong yet, but I think the biggest thing we did is we went into niches that you maybe weren't as interested in. In my opinion, like, I think you kind of are able to blow up that channel now because you are interested in that
Yes.
in that whole space. And I think that's a
Yeah.
big thing that kind of helped you to get the channel to where it is now, and which is a huge competitive advantage for you against most of the other channels in the niche, that you know a lot about the niche as well. You know, as far as
Yeah.
I think, I'm not completely sure. But yeah,
And
with
that,
like, yeah.
I was gonna say that first channel, it didn't do bad. I would have videos that would go to like 5, 10K views, but then they just stopped. This one keeps growing. The views keep growing. And the way I looked at it back then, I look at what I used to do is I would take, okay, here's a channel. I'm going to basically not copy them, but really close to what they're doing. So, and I think that's okay for short-term gains, but if you want to build a long-term business with YouTube, you gotta develop your own brand and what you do. And it may be slower growth, but I think long-term it's the way to do it because you get a channel that, number one, YouTube likes, you know, the algorithm likes, and you can grow a business around it. So, and that's what we're working on. And with your help, I know I'll meet my monetary goals. So, yeah.
100%. Yeah, we're gonna get there. Now, this kind of brings me to the next point. Where do you see yourself in the next, like, let's say in a year from now, right? Where do you see yourself? Like, obviously we're gonna double down. But what are your goals? Because what we can try to do is we can do this call now, and then in a year from now, this kind of keeps both of us extremely committed to get you to that goal. You know, we do another call in a year from now or something. We kind of have a look if we got to that goal. I think that would be quite cool to do.
I tend to be a little pig-headed sometimes. I'm trying some other niches, but I think, you know, after talking with you today, I think what I want to do is I want to double, triple, and quadruple down on this niche.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking at people always complain this movie was bad, you know, a storytelling type niche where, okay, how can you improve this channel? I mean, how can you improve this video? Because I look for topics and look for stuff where people engage, even if it's negative.
Yeah.
Sometimes people say, hey, this video stinks. But most of the time people say, hey, this video is great. Thank you. And that's what you work for. So I want to do something where I can talk about scripts and storytelling because I am a good writer.
Mm-hmm.
And I've developed that skill with working with your group and learning things. I think I want to talk about movies and how to do better stories. You know, certain franchises like Tron, how can you make it better? You know, what can they do? So people eat that stuff up, good and bad. And you want people to engage. You want to build an audience. That's what I'm looking for, is to build an audience where people come back. They see my video and said, oh, shoot, Tim's got a video out.
Yeah.
Let's go watch it. So,
yeah. And that's extremely powerful if you go ahead and you build like not just like a audience, but like a community of people, you know, that are just waiting for the next video. That becomes extremely powerful on YouTube, because now you can almost do anything. You can do brand deals. You can start as many channels as you want to. Your channel has like the people are going to be excited to kind of view or watch the channel. Now that's a different kind of thing, and that takes some kind of time to develop. Now, some good tip I can give you for that is think about maybe different ways how you can try to include your current audience inside of your videos, because this gives them a feeling of being part of something on the channel, which is very powerful and which usually builds, which is a very good community builder, if it makes sense.
Yeah. So I'm looking at ways to monetize this channel better, but I've already got two companies that reached out for brand deals. I told them no right now because I don't think my audience is big enough. And if I'm going to do a brand deal, I want to do something where it's long term. Mm-hmm. And they were good. They were good products. I would promote them. And the other thing too is I don't think I'm really keen on putting the brand in my videos. So that's something, because I don't want to advertise within the video, but if you get to a certain point, you're big enough. Okay.
No.
But yeah. So the options are there. I know it's going to grow. I'm looking at maybe doing a Patreon, or, I mean, you can do everything within YouTube, but I want to control my audience outside of YouTube too, to add extra content more detailed, people ask for stuff all the time.
Yeah.
So, and I get feedback in a lot of the videos I do. People ask, hey, can you review this? And then those videos do well. So yeah, when you build a community that's where you can really leverage YouTube to make money.
Yeah. Yeah. Especially because it's recurring revenue, so it's pretty nice. Like no matter how the videos perform the month or no matter how much you post that month on YouTube, like the money still comes in, which is quite good. I would say like recurring revenue gives you a little bit more peace of mind. Okay, this whole community thing makes me, let's say 5K a month. And I know I'm going to get 5K a month for the next few months and it's probably going to grow, which is cool. As the channel grows, that obviously also grows.
So I'm probably going to build another channel I've got already set up and I've got it aged. And I found that aged channels, when you just set it up and I go on YouTube every day and scan videos on that channel.
No.
It helps out because then the algorithm knows you're not an AI chatbot channel.
Yeah.
And what I'll do is I'll have a common Patreon that links to this channel, my other channels. And so people know, hey, I'm getting all this stuff, all this information, because when you make people feel like they're insiders, they love that stuff. I know I do. So
100%.
I mean, like your group, I'm an insider with your group, and I can go and I can reach out to you and get help, and it's awesome. So
yeah. It's weird, but it just makes again people feel part of something,
Yeah.
And that's what is a big thing. But yeah, almost last question. For everyone watching who might be in the same place where you started, what advice would you give them? But like, do you have anything that you would say like this is one of the most important things when you get into YouTube automation?
The program works. I've tried other programs. None were as good as yours, to be honest. And
thank you.
And that's the honest truth, because it's always fun working with you. And the group, the weekly calls. Sorry to make it this morning. I was up late, so I had to sleep in.
Oh, good.
But you can always go back and watch the calls. But I've made friendships with this group, and we all support each other. But it's nice to see other people succeed. And hey, it works. So I think join the program, and just dive in. Follow the advice, take chances, take risk. YouTube is a numbers game. And if you just keep going and you work the numbers, you'll be successful.
100%.
So yeah.
Thanks for the nice words, man.
Yeah.
And with that, man, thank you so much for coming on. Really appreciate it. Not sure. It's pretty early for you, I think. But yeah, thanks so much. How late is it?
10:30 in the morning right now.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So it's a bit later. Okay.
You are 9 hours ahead of me right now.
Yeah, which is crazy. We still made it work,
Yeah.
Which is cool. All right. Yeah, man. Thanks so much for joining. And yeah, I know that some of you want to create content yourself, and that's why I'm actually adding this whole part here into this video. So if you don't plan to create content yourself, you can skip this. So yeah, I would say let's get right into it. So for scripting, in most cases, we use AI to write scripts in 2026. You can really use any AI, whatever gives you the best results. Now, what I'm going to use in this video is ChatGPT. Like I said, you can use any AI. Now, we're going to use this exact prompt here. So here's a faceless YouTube automation niche I want to copy. Pretend you're a professional script writing genius and guru. These are their best performing videos, so we can replicate their success and virality. Using the script I'm going to provide as a reference, write me a prompt to give ChatGPT to write me a script, but for the topic. Then we enter our topic inside here. Make sure it's insanely optimized for AVD and viewer retention and flows the exact same as the reference I'm about to provide. Make me a prompt and also include the script in the prompt. All right, so what we're going to do now is we're literally going to go ahead and we're going to copy all of this. Boom, copy. Then we are going to go to ChatGPT. We're just going to open up a new chat. Then we're going to go to the competitor channel. Make a screenshot of the most viral videos. Boom. Paste it inside here. Like this. Whoops. They're at the top. paste it inside there. Then we need a video topic. So we're just gonna use a video topic from here. Let's see which one. The real reason 1980s kids went outside all day. So we're gonna add our topic inside here. Then at the bottom, we are gonna add the reference or the script or the example script of the competitor channel. So first thing we're gonna do is, we're gonna go to Google basically, and gonna go to YouTube to transcript. Then we're gonna copy this video link right here. Boom, gonna go here, paste this inside here, get free transcript. Let's see, sometimes these websites don't work, sometimes they work. So in this case, it actually worked. Sometimes they don't work, sometimes they work. So here, we're just gonna paste in our transcript right here, and then we're gonna send this off. Now, keep in mind that in most cases, a scriptwriter can actually write a better script than AI, but AI scripts are more than good enough. All right, I just want to mention that AI scripts are more than good enough. And if you know how to write scripts with AI, then it is completely fine and it is more than good enough, as I've said. All right, so here it's actually writing us a prompt now that we can give back to ChatGPT to then write us the script. So you can see here it structures, it kind of breaks down the whole structure of the video, the writing technique, the reference, like we just have to paste it inside here, final instructions, everything. All right, so now we're just gonna copy all of this. Whoops, it's kind of laggy. Just paste this, copy that, paste it inside here. Now here, we need to remove this. All right, where was it now again? Okay, we need to remove that. Sometimes a bit of a tricky thing to do. And then we just add the whole transcript inside here again, very important. And then we can scroll down. And here we can now write, whoops, sometimes it does that and jumps up, I don't know why. But here we can write, make the script, for example, let's say 2000 words long, write in 1000 word segments and ask me to continue like this. And then very important, if you're using AI to do the voiceovers, we wanted to write all words, not all words, all numbers in words. Otherwise, AI actually very often struggles to say the words. And then we're just going to send it off exactly like this. So let's see what it does. Walk through any suburban street on a summer afternoon in the 1980s, and the pattern reveals itself almost immediately. Lawns are scattered with bicycles, sidewalks echo with voice, echo with voices, basketball hoops shake against garage doors, and everywhere you look, there are kids not inside, not supervised, not scheduled, outside for hours. This is awesome. If you look at this right here, walk through an American beach, a high school graduation, so it's basically the exact same structure, exact same on basically everything, but for a completely different topic, which is absolutely awesome. Even when the television was on, it didn't compete with outdoor life the way screens do today. There were no binge sessions, no autoplay, no infinite scroll. Shows ended, and when they did, there was a natural stopping point. All right, so here it kind of wrote out the first 1000 words. Now I'll just say continue, boom. So what we do is then we just open a Google Doc like this, and then we just go ahead. We copy all of this. By the way, I would always recommend you guys to kind of double check it, and then in best case do deep research, because then the scripts are going to be more accurate, but it takes way longer, right? So here again, we can copy all of this. Boom. By the way, did it write the numbers? Yeah, it actually did write the numbers in numbers. So we usually wanted to write the numbers in words, which would be super important, but then we just wait for it to finish off. Let's see, almost done. It's too easy to write scripts these days. I mean, this is taking me now 6 minutes, and I'm literally explaining everything, which is crazy. But 6 minutes for a complete script, which is pretty cool. But let's see, this one takes quite long to finish. Okay, so now it says again, continue, should not actually. So let me just edit, select all. and then somewhere you can see how many words it is. I don't know where. I just saw my mom doing this, so I don't know where to see how many words it is. All right, so usually I just copy this and then I go to a word count, exactly like this. And I'll just place it inside here to see how many words it is. Damn, this thing updated actually. So let me go to word counter like this. I'll just use a different one. Let's use this one. Boom. So here we can see 2,200 words. So let's see. It kind of writes it a bit longer. So how much do you still have to write? You should just ask it. You've got about blah, blah, blah. So technically script is basically done. What's left if you want to fully match the star? Would be another, yeah, let me just, like, you could continue now, but you could also stop the video. So just say yes, continue with the last 400 words, just as an example. Like, we can just finish it off. I mean, video length doesn't hurt, especially because the RPM then increases. Now, here we can see, but the most important shift didn't happen in the 1980s. It happened after. So here it kind of compares now to back then and right now. So this is cool. Let's see. Just needs to finish. But here it could potentially already be done, right? Now, the next thing, so once we have our script done, we use a voiceover. Or we create a voiceover. Like I said, ElevenLabs is pricey, but you will get better voiceovers with it. So what we use is, in normal cases, like when we're just testing channels, we use GenAIPro, super budget friendly, still good voiceovers. We often use GenAIPro instead of ElevenLabs. Just look for a very good voice. So this here's GenAIPro. I'll quickly log into it. Okay, so here I'm logged into GenAIPro now. And what you do is you go here to Labs. All right. And then what you do is you just literally copy the whole transcript, or not the whole transcript, but the whole script. Just paste it inside here and you just click on generate voice. Now, if we click here, like if we just listen to a few of these voiceovers, we can hear that they actually have some good voiceovers. Take a listen to this one.
Your anger against every form of insult and oppression must...
Now, the only thing with GenAIPro, it likes to add a bunch of pauses. So this is something your editor then needs to cut out. But this is basically how you do the voiceover and how you do the whole script. Super easy. Then it comes to video editing. Now, you will not find an in-depth video editing course here. There are enough videos on YouTube that will learn you how to edit videos. Now, the softwares you can use is Premiere Pro. Now, I personally use Premiere Pro, but it can be extremely overwhelming when you open it up for the first time. Then you can use CapCut. It's more beginner friendly. Like I said, there are so many tutorials on YouTube on exactly how to edit videos. Literally anything to just put everything together, like the voiceover, the video clips, all of these things. Now, I would not use AI to completely create a video. All right. Obviously you can, but in my opinion, the videos just always turn out to be absolutely trash. The only AI software that is decent is VidRush, in my opinion, more for news-based channels. Maybe some of you guys have heard of VidRush. As far as I know, it's not completely open to the public yet. I don't know, you guys can go to Google and check it out. But yeah, for the video footage, use 7-second clips from other YouTube videos, AI generated video clips. You can also generate AI clips, by the way, here with GenAIPro right here. Like you can get Veo and Banana for 1 day for like $2, which is cool. But otherwise stock footage, so from Storyblocks, Pexels, Pixabay. Storyblocks is paid, Pexels is free, Pixabay is free, but they're limited, right? If you really want a lot of stock footage, Storyblocks is gonna be your key, or Google Photos. Now, if I would go ahead and I would start a channel like this, I'll probably go ahead and use images from Google. I'll probably generate some AI images, might make the whole video a bit better, not AI images, but AI videos. And I would kind of use clips from other YouTube videos, right? So then for the thumbnail, you can use Photoshop, can be very overwhelming, or even Canva. Now for the thumbnail, and we'll cover a bit more on it in a second, but I would, to be honest, if you don't have any skill in creating thumbnails or anything like that, I would highly recommend you to get a thumbnail designer. All right. Highly, 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 highly recommend you that. All right. Now, don't let creating content yourself limit you. Isabel got monetized basically in 10 days after starting with me, and she did all the content herself. All right. So don't let all of this limit you. As long as the videos get posted, it doesn't matter who creates them. It doesn't matter how they get created. All of that doesn't matter. As long as you actually post the videos. So do not let that limit you. And now, guys, I'll show you the whole video with Isabel, where she kind of talks about her journey and how much she's currently making by creating all of the content herself, which is super awesome. So make sure to have a look at this whole video. Very, very, very awesome person and biggest action taker. So have a look at the video. Awesome. A lot of value inside there, and I'll see you. All right. So we're here with Isabel today. And yeah, tell us a little bit about you. How are you doing? How has life lately been?
Oh, I'm very happy. My name is Isabel. I just said I'm very happy, but my name is Isabel. I'm 31 years old. I am an actress, but when I met Stefan, I was actually unemployed because I had a health issue that kind of made my life a little bit like crazy for a long time. I went through 2 surgeries. I was unable to work, and I was like, what am I going to do with my time? I was not born to not do anything and just stare at the wall. So I met Stefan through YouTube, and I'm very happy, very generous for the opportunity to be his student.
That's awesome. How are you doing at the moment? Are you doing better with the health?
I'm doing better in my health. I went through my last surgery in September. And it's crazy because after I went through that surgery, I decided I wanted to start working with YouTube. And I started studying by myself online because I didn't have money to invest in a mentor or in courses. So I started watching videos online and trying to replicate everything by myself while I was still in bed and recovering. And then I found your channel. And I monetized the channel, just following your tips online. And then I was like, okay, yeah, all right, that's crazy. This guy knows what he's saying. And then I got banned because I did some things wrong. And I didn't understand much what I was doing. But it's my own responsibility, but that's fine. And then I sent you a message on your free community, and then you invited me to be part of the community.
Yeah, now that's awesome. One thing I can say is that you are probably, and that's why I also specifically wanted to make an interview with you, is you're one of the biggest action takers that I know. It sounds crazy, but I mean, we started working together and your channels were basically ready to get monetized within like 10 days or something. Like, obviously it took super long for them to get approved, but they were ready to get monetized within a few days, you know? So that was insane.
Yeah.
How long was it? It wasn't that long, right?
I talked to you end of December, and then 10 days after I monetized 2 channels. I mean, I didn't monetize. I hit the target. I hit the numbers to monetize 2 channels. So it was 1 channel in one day, and the next day I woke up, the other one blew up as well. So it was I think it was even less than 10 days, but I'm not sure. And then after that, I took like a month to actually monetize, to get approved. But then now I'm receiving already. So YouTube already paid me. I'm receiving my second payment. So life is much better now, much easier with money.
Yeah, that's 100% and awesome. Awesome. Now, I think everyone is quite curious. How much are you doing right now with YouTube? Do you maybe know that out of your head? I know we're running 2 channels at the moment. Or how much did you make in total until now? Something like that.
So I want to be very realistic. When I met you, I was very clear I didn't have any money and I couldn't invest in editors and I couldn't invest in a niche that was very complicated.
Yeah, that's one very special thing about Isabel, is that she did everything by herself, right? So
yeah,
she did everything by herself.
So I want to be very realistic. That's the only reason I didn't do more money yet, because I know it's possible to do a lot more. But my first month, I did about $1,600. And this second month is going to be about $2,600 or $800, something like that. Because my niches, they're a bit more basic. There are niches that I can edit and do myself, and I don't need to pay anyone. So this is money I have like free. Like I didn't invest anything. That's all for me. So that's why I'm not doing 10K yet, but I'm going to get there.
Yeah, that's something very special that, by the way, me and Isabel just talked about, is that we are going to do like how do you call it? Maybe like a monthly follow-up kind of thing or something like that, where we kind of document the whole journey from, you said 2.8K a month currently, right? To 10K a month. So that's something I'm pretty excited for. I think we can reach it before June. So let's see how that goes. Like, I mean, you're very hardworking, so should be possible for sure. Would you mind if, I'm not sure if you're on your laptop, maybe to open up your channels? Let's have a look.
Yeah, of course.
Cool. By the way, always have to kind of share the, what's it called? The channels. Otherwise, nobody believes it.
No one believes it.
But I understand there's so many people that are kind of faking it. So yeah. Right. So this is the one channel we started together, right? So this is the Australian one. And then we have a Portuguese one, correct? It's Portuguese, right?
Yes. All right. Brazilian Portuguese.
Yeah. Okay. Could you maybe go to lifetime? Just so they kind of see everything. Oh no, I don't understand anything. All right. All right, so I'm very confused on the numbers. Would you maybe move it over to
translate to English?
Yeah, that would be cool. That would be cool.
And I will change for USD dollars.
Yeah, I think that's gonna be the best.
Yeah, done.
All right, so with this one channel, you create all videos yourself. You did $2,700. And the other one went quite crazy. So on this one, you got 870,000 views until now. 8,000 subscribers made $2,700. And looking back, you blew up with the first few videos, right? So it wasn't too difficult to kind of get these channels off the ground.
No, it was, I think this channel I managed to reach the views to monetize with 5 videos or something like that, 5 or 6. And the other one was just 2.
That's crazy.
And the other one, I hit not just monetize with very little, but I hit like 1 million in a week.
Yeah. Views. Yeah, I think your first video had like 240,000 views or something, right? On the other channel.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Let's open up that one quickly. All right. So this is the second channel. Now this is the Portuguese channel, correct? Where we basically blew up with the first video. Now, I always say like kind of moving channels to different languages is insane. And it's like almost a glitch because it's very easy to do. Something we saw on this channel here as well. Now, we tested that with another niche. Like you tested with another niche, didn't work. Some niches just don't work. Like it's, I don't know, like for example, German people just sometimes don't watch these videos, or Portuguese people sometimes just don't watch these videos. So sometimes it doesn't work. What helps is if you are, for example, coming or for example, Portuguese people, then you can kind of expect of what are they going to watch or what not, you know?
Yeah.
So I always say it helps a lot if you speak a bunch of different languages. But this channel has gotten 4.7 million views. 41,000 subscribers. So hopefully we can get the silver play button very soon, and then made $2,500. Again, basically all of it is profit, which is cool. And yeah, you said your goal is 10K a month, right?
Actually, my goal is a bit higher, but I'm trying to be like calm. I'm trying to keep calm.
What's your goal? Let's make it a series where we go to your goal.
My goal is 50K a month, but like I like to dream big because I want to use this money to produce my own movies because I'm an actress.
Yeah.
And I'm also a director, so I want to do horror movies with this.
But that's awesome. And something I can tell you is that it is 100% possible. If we look at Andre, just as an example, there we can see it's possible, right? He did 31K in February, which is crazy. But it is for sure possible to get to that point.
Yeah.
Maybe not overnight, but we'll get there. We'll get there, right? So
Yeah.
the next question I would just have for you is like, when you were starting with the whole YouTube thing, was there something you were very skeptical about? Because I know many people are pretty skeptical about this whole YouTube automation, faceless YouTube channels day. Anything you were skeptical about?
To be honest, no, I believed since the beginning.
Okay. All right. That's interesting.
Since the beginning, I knew it was going to work. I knew it was a real thing. I just didn't know when or how.
Yeah. I think that's one of the biggest things why some people see success and some don't. You have to believe it actually works. You know, there's some people that come into the game and they don't really believe that this works. And that's why they're failing. So that's interesting to know. Then what was like, because you made round about, let's say 5, almost 6K now with YouTube. Now, what would you say was the biggest like turning point for you where you would say like, hey, this is like how this works? Like, was there a specific day where, you know, things clicked for you and you kind of understood it a bit more?
I think when I got my first videos to go viral, it was like, it felt so complicated before I met you. I was trying to find the perfect formula, the perfect title, and then when I met you and when we talked, I realized it was actually a bit more simple. And then things got a little bit easier. And then it was very funny because I thought, like, it's not that hard. Actually, it's very possible. It's very like, I don't know how to explain. I was like, okay, yeah, I know. I think I can do that. Like it was a very weird, empowering feeling that, I can make this work. It's not that hard. You just need to study and focus and dedicate yourself.
100%. I always say YouTube is basically, all you basically do as a YouTube or faceless YouTube creator is like you look for kind of gaps in the market and fill them, right? And that, if you think about it like that, it's not too difficult, but you just have to learn how to find these gaps and kind of train your eye for it. And then it becomes super easy, actually. Like that's why I always say like niche research is key. It's everything.
Yeah, niche research.
Like the work you put in before you even start the channel is going to determine if you're going to fail or actually going to succeed with YouTube, you know? And I think you did pretty well with the first few channels we started. Now, for everyone watching this video, what advice would you give them? What advice would you give them if you can imagine them being in the same place as you were when we started working together?
Well, I would say if that's something they really want, because sometimes you get excited, but if it's not what you really want, don't go for it. You know, like I see a lot of people nowadays, they want easy money. And even though it's not that hard, it's also not that easy. You need to study, you need to dedicate your time. You need to sometimes sleep a little bit later than you would, or like not go out to drink and have fun and then do things at home to make this work out. So I would say if this is something you really want, there's no money, no time, no issue that is going to be on your way. Maybe it's not going to happen tomorrow or it's not going to happen in a week, but it's going to happen. And like, don't set a time. This is like a project for life. So let it be. And then when it comes, it comes. So it takes the pressure away a little bit.
100% agree with you on that one. Too many people want some quick money, right? Like they just want to blow up. Like I recently was on a call with someone who I didn't end up, let to join because his goal was to, and obviously, it's awesome to have big goals, but somewhere you have to be a little bit realistic as well. And to make, for example, 50K in your second month without really wanting to put in a lot of work, that's just not how it's going to be. You have to put in work, and you have to kind of, I don't know, keep on learning and keep on doing. And the results are going to come with time. I always say, like, the biggest thing you have to do, and that's where the results come from, is just focus on doing the little things every single day. And as a result of that, you will end up making money, right? So that is big. Now, one last question I would have, and then we're off to the normal weekly call. Is there something special, or is there something you really like a lot about the whole Freedom Channels Elite, or the whole working one-on-one with me? Anything? Maybe there is nothing, but...
No, of course it is. Oh, stop it, bro. You basically changed my life. Like, I wasn't employed for 2 fucking years without any money, and you changed my fucking life. I think people are very nice. I think that's something I really like, because I was trying to do things by myself before, and it's very lonely. I also participated in some communities, but Brazilian communities, and they didn't have the same, I don't know how to explain, like, bonding. Like, I see that in your community, people really cheer for each other. Like, they get very excited when things happens for you, and everybody wants to help. Everybody has a lot of knowledge as well. So the knowledge don't come just from you. It comes a lot from other people there as well, because we have the opportunity to exchange experiences. And because we are all doing the same thing, even though you just started or you are already doing 30K like Andre, I feel you have the opportunity to grow quicker, because you are in an environment that he has already a lot of people doing a lot of fucking money. So that makes the mentality to grow stronger as well, and you feel more like you want to do more. So it's very nice. Like, I always get very upset when I lose the meetings, to be fair. But the main thing is the niches. I think you are very good selecting niches, and I'm very lazy in this part, because I have been not doing niche research so much, because I'm trying to rely on everything you say, and I know that's not good, because I want to steal all your niches. But yeah, you are a pro in niches, and that's like 80% of the way as well.
Yeah, we're trying, but thank you for the nice words. And the community, this is something I'm trying to build, not just randomly onboarding everyone we can onboard, but actually onboarding people that want to succeed and want to help each other. Like, how must I say, like, nice people. And I think that's the biggest difference between our community and most of the other communities are also, the people inside that kind of make it a nice place for everyone. I always say, like, no matter how I feel, if I feel bad before our weekly calls and I feel like I don't really want to do them, after I've had the call, I always feel way better, way more higher energy, motivated. I want to get stuff done, So absolutely love it. And that's something I can say. Thank you so much for the time you took out today, and it was super awesome speaking to you. So now I'm going to explain to you the niche testing framework. I follow this exact process with every single niche I get into to avoid spending money on videos that will never work. Now, this is extremely important if you want to kind of limit the time where you are actually wasting time and wasting money. Most people don't know about this. Most people post hundreds, 200, 300, 400 videos to a channel before they even give up, and the channel is not making any money. All right. So in this video, or like right here now in this part, I'm going to explain exactly like the whole niche testing framework. Now, the first thing we have to do is, because it is a cycle, as we can see here, the first thing we have to do is we have to do niche research. Then we have to choose which kind of account do we actually want to use to post the videos. So we have a brand new account, we have a personal account, we have an aged account, and we have a pre-monetized account. Most of you guys know exactly what differences or what account does what and which account is the best. If not, like just move to the begin or just watch the begin of this whole video again. But most of you guys should know exactly what account is the best. Now, the personal account is the best. So if you have a personal account, use a personal account. Then you actually want to get, or you're on this specific account, you're actually going to post 5 to actually not 10 to 15. So this always changes. At the moment, I would rather go to 15 videos rather than 5. Like sometimes 5 videos is enough. Sometimes you need to go to 15. It changes with YouTube. YouTube changes over time, always kind of changes and is different at every part of the year. But for example, last year towards the end of the year, 5 videos worked very well to test. Now we want to rather do 15 videos. All right. Now, what you do is you write. So firstly, you look for video topics. By the way, when you're looking for video topics, you are not randomly selecting video topics because otherwise this will not work. All right. So if you're still unsure about picking video topics, go back to here. Right, you will see here at the bottom of the video, you can see like where exactly that is in this video, and watch this again. All right, because you have to be very, very clear on picking video topics if you go into the testing. Okay, since you have a video topic, you simply write the script with ChatGPT, because what we're trying to do here is very simple. We're trying to keep the cost as low as just possible when we're creating these videos. So aim for like literally $20 or even $15. $15 per video. Get it as low as just possible. All right. For the voiceover, we're going to use ElevenLabs or even GenAIPro. GenAIPro is also very, very good. Then video editor, we use a freelancer or we do it ourselves. If you don't have any money or if you don't want to waste any money, freelancers, hire a freelancer for like $15 or something. Even $10, like it depends on the video quality, depends on a bunch of different factors, but try to get a video editor that is halfway decent for as cheap as just possible. All right. Then for thumbnail, we use a freelancer or we do it ourselves. Now, for most of the thumbnails, you can literally get away with like $5 or something, but make sure that your thumbnails are good. All right. Because this brings me to the next thing. Your video length needs to be 1.5 times longer than your competitor videos. All right. Now, why does it need to be longer? You have to think about it like this. YouTube is a business and YouTube wants to make money, right? Now, which video is going to make YouTube more money? A longer video or a shorter video? Which video is more likely to keep someone on YouTube for a longer period of time? A longer video or a shorter video? Now, what many people do is they look at the average percentage viewed, right? Now, if they have a 10-minute video, they have, for example, 80% average percentage viewed, which would be 8 minutes. Now, if you now have a 20-minute video and you only get 50% average percentage viewed, you have 10 minutes that someone watched the video, which automatically beats the 10-minute video. All right. So always create longer videos so you can beat your competitors in like kind of average video duration. Not average video duration on the minutes they spent on your video. All right. So that's why I would always recommend you guys to do longer videos. Now, on some niches, which is very funny, if you look at, for example, the interview with Scott, for him, shorter videos work very well, right? But it's very rare that that works like that. Then for the thumbnail, your thumbnail has to be good. Your thumbnail has to be something that has already worked. So if you're going to go into a niche like this, you want to create very similar thumbnails to this exact same channel. All right. From the colors, from the text, from everything needs to be very similar. Why? Because it works. You don't want to create the exact same thumbnail as this one, but the style and the format of the thumbnail should be the same, right? Again, because it works. We do not want to reinvent the whole wheel. For the title structure, do it as similar as possible to these titles here. Very funny. I see these guys are using ChatGPT. So if you're writing your title, always take out these long stripes. It just looks horrible. Just take it out. But your title and your thumbnail, always keep in mind these two are working together. So make sure that they actually work together and that they can work together and that they're good. All right. Then we actually go into the posting phase. Now, YouTube is very, very different. And luckily to me and, we have this group of people that I personally work with. We can test on a lot of different channels at the exact same time. So currently 3 videos a week when you're starting out until you get traction is the best. All right. So what we do is we post, skip, post, skip, post, post, skip, post. All right. Now you can do the exact same thing with 3 videos, but what I'm trying to show you here is that there's no consistency. There's no exact same schedule. Now, why do we want to avoid this? If something is too perfect, it makes it seem as if it's AI. So that's exactly why we don't want our posting schedule to be too perfect. I know it sounds really funny, but this is working extremely well. We very recently, for the people who don't know, my mother is also running channels. Very recently, even my brother saw the exact same thing with him. He was posting very, very consistently. And we all of a sudden just stopped for a few days. And then we posted again. And all of a sudden that video got views. And it happened on 2 channels, right? So be a bit inconsistent almost, if I would say, but stick to like 3 videos a week, all right? Now you will see one of 2 things. Either you'll see in the beginning views will be low. You'll think like, hey, probably doing something wrong. Just continue. Continue until you have 15 videos on that channel, all right? And even after that, give it time. But once something starts taking off, like for example here, let's say for example, this video here starts taking off here. Usually it takes time, right? This is where you know, like, hey, okay, this channel is gonna work, and you double down and you post more videos, all right? And you post more videos that are similar to this one to kind of get yourself into the algorithm as much as just possible. So you double down immediately. You guys saw it. You saw it from the interview with Scott. You saw it with Andre. You saw it with all of these guys. We're doubling down on what works instead of reinventing the wheel every single time, all right? Now, scenario 2 is where literally nothing happens and we don't get any views even after like 15 videos. What do? Do we delete these videos from YouTube? Absolutely no. Okay, we do not delete these videos from YouTube because sometimes it literally takes 2 months for YouTube to push out the videos. Sometimes it takes 6 months, right? So we don't know, and we don't want to take away the chance of this channel actually maybe still working in the future. So we do not want to delete these videos from YouTube. Please don't delete them, all right? Because I see a lot of people deleting these videos, reusing the channel, stuff like that. Don't do that, all right? Please don't do that. Now, the reason why a channel might fail is your niche, are your video topics, packaging, video length, or maybe it's a bad channel. Now, how do you see if it's a bad channel? Usually if you don't get any impressions. Maybe even wrote it wrong now. Okay, if you don't get any impressions after 15 videos, right, then it's usually a bad channel. What do you do then? Is you take these exact same videos and you post them to a different channel, all right? Again, if nothing happens, then it's probably one of these things, okay? Always go back and study why does a channel fail. Because once you understand why a channel fails, now you know what mistake not to do with the next channel you start. Now, in case of a channel failing, you actually just go back to niche research and you repeat this process. The faster you can go through this process over and over again, the faster you will learn and the faster you will have a channel that is actually working. I'm very sure that there's no one else teaching this here for free. This is going to save you probably thousands and thousands of dollars when you want to go into the YouTube automation game. All right. So I hope all of this makes sense. Let me know in the comments, by the way, if this makes sense or not. But I think it makes sense. To me, it makes sense. So let me know in the comments. And then, yeah, this is the niche testing framework. Very, very important. As I said, the faster you go through this, the faster you'll have something that actually makes you money, right? And very important, always go back and understand why does the channel not work, all right? So now we probably come to everyone's most favorite part. So how do you actually make money with YouTube? So number one, we have the YouTube partnership program. This is the easiest way to monetize your YouTube videos, where YouTube pays you directly for the views you get. Now, for most channels, for literally most channels, they use the YouTube partnership program. If you look at myself, my own channels, 99% of my channels are all just monetized with the YouTube partnership program, just because it's kind of the easiest way, if I can say it like that. All right. Now for that, or to join the YouTube partnership program, you need 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 hours of watch time. Now, I know 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 hours of watch time might sound a lot, but the people we work with get to this point in like 3 to 6 weeks on average. Just had someone doing it again yesterday, as we can see here. third day monetization relaunch. So here we can just see last Thursday we mentioned about our new attempts to slightly reposition our dusty no, I can't read anymore. Our dusty World War II channel. At that time, the channel had 4 subscribers and 4 videos. And after 6 weeks, a total number of views of 600 for all. So this was quite crazy. Views were very low, but we then made a change on the channel. Go have a look at the whole topic video. That's exactly what we really implemented for this channel. So Thursday night we uploaded our new format video, still in the war niche, but with a different angle. All right, here we have it in a different angle, focusing on the transformation and exactly the key success drivers Luke and Stefan explained during the call. Yes, this works. All right, by Friday night, after 1 day, the curve of the particular video looked like this. Another 2 days later, it developed constantly with over 1,000 views per hour, now at 56,000 views. Watch time from, here's almost 70 hours, our 6 week starting performance, over to 4.1 thousand hours until now. So we literally just hit the exact same criteria with one single video on their channel, which is absolutely crazy. We just crossed the magic number of 1,000 subscribers this afternoon and could not be happier. Summary for us, we have learned how quickly this can turn around from an invisible channel to a fast track gain views and subs. Thank you for sharing, blah, blah. So this one is not too important for you guys now. But here you guys can just see that, it takes 3 to 6 weeks to for most of our students to kind of get to the monetization mark. Now, as I said, if you don't want to go through like a bunch of trial and error, check out the first link in the video description. You can book a call there with me, and we'll have a look how I can scale you up. Now, how much money can you actually earn from YouTube? We have a CPM, which is cost per 1,000 views, as I've explained, how much advertisers pay for every 1,000 views or impressions on their ad. And then we have RPM, revenue per 1,000 views, how much you earn for every 1,000 views. So I've explained this in the beginning, should be quite clear. So with a RPM of $5, for every 1,000 views, you get $5. For 10,000 views, $50. For 100,000 views, $500. For a million views, $5,000. For 10 million views, $50,000. All right. Now, there are specific ways how you can actually increase your RPM, which I'm going to show you guys exactly like right now. So firstly, turn on alcohol and gambling ads. Keep in mind, we're here to make money. All right. So we want to turn on alcohol and gambling ads. This is going to increase your RPM by a lot. Then create longer videos than 15 minutes. This is usually the point where YouTube increases your RPM. Then place an ad every 10 seconds using NextLev. Now, let me quickly show you guys how that looks like. Guys, you know how funny it is? Like, I literally told you guys, that it goes quite quickly with monetizing channels. And as I told you, like my mom is even running channels herself as well. And she just monetized a YouTube channel. This is how quickly it can go. Everyone and anyone can do it. But yeah, let me show you guys how it works to increase your RPM. All right, so the first thing you do is you come here down to settings, right? Then you click on that. Then on settings, you actually go here to add categories. Then you go here to sensitive categories. And you will see that alcohol will be blocked. And then where's gambling? Gambling here will also be blocked. Here it is. So these two will be blocked. So you literally go ahead and you unblock this and you unblock this, and then gambling ads will be unblocked. And also here, alcohol ads will also be unblocked. This here is a very old channel of mine. So here you will see, just as an example, I placed ads like every 2 minutes, and this worked very well, but YouTube has something that's called interruptive ads these days. So it won't show all of the ads. So what you want to do is you want to get NextLev, and that's why I always say like NextLev, game changer. All right. So what you do is you literally come here and you get to auto placed, and then you click here every 10 seconds and you add. All right. Now it's placing an ad every single 10 seconds. And when you get back to this a bit later, you will see that a lot of these ads will actually be red, and these will be ads that YouTube will never ever show. All right. So most of the ads you guys probably place on your videos, and you guys can go back to your YouTube studio and into your ads, you guys can have a look and actually have a look at like, hey, how many ads are actually read? So placing ads every 10 seconds is a game changer. As I've already said, you do not have to be scared of YouTube now spamming ads every 10 seconds and your average video duration completely dying off. That will not happen. You can place ads every 10 seconds. This is a game changer when it comes to, increasing your RPM. Number 2, brand deals. As your channel grows, brands will actually start reaching out to you to promote their products. You will need to negotiate with these brands and try to get a minimum of 5 times your RPM per 1,000 views. The higher the amount you can negotiate, the better, obviously. So if you can negotiate 10 times the amount of your RPM, that's obviously even better. All right. Then be careful though, because there are a bunch of fake brands that will reach out. So do not just click on any random links they send to you, and do not randomly download documents they send. This here is extremely important. And just by me saying this here, it's probably going to save hundreds of channels. All right. You will see that a lot of fake brands will reach out to you and they will scam, or what means scam you? They will literally hack into your computer and steal your channel and everything. Happened to me in the past when I was still with my personal brand, when I was still very young. So please do not make the same mistake, okay? And then we have selling digital products. This is something many of my students do because it's so easy. Now, there are different types of digital products. So they are, for example, educational products, for example, courses, ebooks, webinars. Then we have digital media, music, videos, podcasts, photos, software and apps, right? So if you, for example, have a channel about, specific, how do I say it? Like if you have a channel about, showing how specific apps and softwares work, you can always link that in the video description. Very powerful way to kind of make money with YouTube, if I can say it like that, because it's recurring revenue. Then creative assets, for example, templates, fonts, graphics, digital tools and resources, so planners, spreadsheets. It all depends, and it's all very niche specific, or also memberships and subscriptions. And you can host most of them on Teachable, Gumroad, Patreon, or even Kajabi. Now, something that one of our students is also doing now, he's, for example, building a school community, because he's, for example, in the self-improvement niche, where he's now building a school community, which he is actually hosting on, what do you think, on school, right? Which can also be a very powerful way to make money with YouTube. Now, Marvin is a perfect example. For this, he makes like an extra 5K a month by simply selling ebooks through his videos. I'll show you that video now, but very important, before I show you that video, do not look for a niche that is specifically there to sell digital products. The first priority for you, in most cases, should always be, can I actually get views? Because that is going to be easier than actually selling digital products, right? To sell digital products or to sell something on your channel, you need views. So make sure that you can get the views first. And after that, you then have a look that you can actually monetize it outside of YouTube. And sometimes you have to be a little bit creative. But yeah, have a look at the video with Marvin. Awesome student, absolutely crushing it. Last year in the first 8 months, he made over $200,000 in profit, which is absolutely insane. So check it out. And I'll see you after that, where I'll show you exactly how to, I'll show you the whole demonetization appeal, which is going to be very important as well. Very excited to have you here. Would you like to introduce yourself before we, go cover your whole journey and everything we have achieved together?
Yes, my name is Marvin and I'm from Germany. I'm currently 24 years old, and yes, I start about 3 years with YouTube, and yes.
Awesome, man. Before we dive into the results you've gotten over the last 1.5 years roundabout, let's actually have a look at what you did before that. Did you already run channels? Did you try channels? What did you do? How was your life back then? What did you do?
Yes, I working at the car industry, and I tried to try a lot of different channels and niches on YouTube, but yes, it's so difficult without good knowledge and experience, and that's why I failed every single channel. And yeah, then I met Steffen on Instagram and went with him for help.
Okay, awesome, man. And tell me, what were your biggest frustrations back then? Like, what were you struggling with? Because you already said like your channels were failing, but what were your biggest frustrations?
I didn't find the right topics on YouTube, and yeah, I tried different topics, especially at health and car niche, but the video topics was, yeah, I didn't find the right topics, so that was the main problem.
Okay, awesome, man. Yeah, it's one of the most important things on YouTube. I always say, like, you can have the best video on YouTube, but if you have a bad topic, nobody will watch the video. And if you have like a really good topic with a bad video, people are still gonna watch the video. So 100%, man, topics are very, very important. Okay, so we connected on Instagram, then we hopped on a call and I showed you the whole inner circle program. What made you say like, hey, okay, let me do this. Let's, work together.
Um, I was in many other programs before you, and I didn't get any good information from them. And I see your results on the Instagram stories a lot since, yeah, straight 1 year. And that's why I try to contact you. And yes, that's the reason.
And how were the first weeks, working together?
Oh, there was a lot of videos in your university, and yeah, I was very overwhelmed with it. But with time, I get a good structure, and yeah, the first results very quick.
Okay, and then after you watched like the whole White Hair University, we hopped on a call together and picked like the first niche for you. How helpful was that?
This was very helpful because YouTube is full of different niches, and to pick the right one that you can get monetized, yeah, very quickly is very hard because there are so many other players on YouTube, and yeah, that was very helpful.
Okay, and in terms of results, where are we currently at? I know you're running like multiple different channels already, but let's actually have a look at the first one we did. That was actually the channel that, you were running for quite a while already, unsuccessful. We kind of turned it around. So how is that channel going at the moment?
Okay, the channel makes in the last 28 days, last month, over 900,000 views and over $5,400.
Yes, that's awesome, man. And then how much did this channel make in, the last 1 year roundabout? Um, or last 1.5 years, something like that, right? But you can just go to lifetime. I think that would be the easiest.
Yes, in the last year, the channel makes over 11 million views, and you can see over 70,000 US dollar
Yes.
revenue in 1 year.
Yeah, that's insane. Could you just refresh? Because I get under every single video that it's fake. So just
Yes.
refresh so they can see it's real. Okay, awesome, man. Awesome, awesome. And then just a quick question, because you're running like multiple channels, right? How much did you
Yes.
make in total, like in the last year until now?
Yeah, last month with all my channels, I did about over 200,000 dollar in 1 year. Yes.
Yes, that's insane. And currently per month, you're at like 20, 30,000, right? Round about there.
Yes, yeah, about 20,000 dollar.
Yeah, that's insane. And how much is your profit margin, if I may ask? Roundabout? Just like a rough estimate.
What about over 60%?
Okay, that's good. That's why we love Faceless YouTube channels, right?
Yes, of course.
Okay, so firstly, awesome results. I think like especially for 1 year. And I think the biggest difference between you and someone who's not getting results is just that you actually put in the work. I spoke about music channels just as an example. And then a month later, you sent me your music channel, already making money as far as I can remember, or it was like close to getting monetized. And that's exactly what you have to do. Like, there's so many people who join a mentorship program and expect to just randomly start to make money, but you actually have to do something, right? So big props out to you. You're, one of the hardest working people I know for, especially when it comes to YouTube. And I think that's why you're getting so crazy results, especially like in the last year. I mean, you have been doing YouTube for 1.5 years roundabout now, and you made $200,000 this year or in the last year?
Well, this year.
Yeah, that's insane. And we're only in end of month 10. So that's insane. Okay, so then the second last question I would have for you, where do you see yourself in 6 to 12 months from now?
Hopefully with 10 more channels monetized. We currently work on 6 new channels. They should be monetized in the next few days, I hope. And yes, I think we can hit 50 to 100,000 US or dollar per month.
100% achievable. Now, one last question for anyone who's watching this right now, who's on the fence of, starting their Faceless YouTube channel, or even, someone who's on the fence of working with me, what would you tell them?
Yeah, just do it. And the biggest thing is test a lot of channels, and that's the reason you get success by testing a lot of channels.
Okay, yeah, that's 100% possible. Appreciate you, sharing that or sharing everything you shared today in the call with us. And then we'll speak again, hopefully in the next roundabout 6 months to 1 year when you then hit like 50 to 100K a month. And yeah, thank you for coming on. So what I'm about to show you is something that we never hope happens to you, right? Especially if you have the channel trailer, should be safe, but demonetizations on Faceless channels is just something that's part of the game, all right? And that's why I'm going to give you my reuse content appeal template, which is extremely good and which has not once failed. And I'll also give you a real life example where I've actually used this exact reuse content appeal template, all right? So how we started off is hello, then we show a recording of the channel on YouTube, scroll through the most popular videos. Our channel's name is, insert your channel name, and it's been around for a while. On the channel, we name the format you're using the reuse content in, compilation videos of interesting clips from various TV shows, just as an example, and universes that we enjoy watching, such as name the content you're using. Now this here you can also change Judge Judy, Divorce Court, Judge Mutters, and many others. We carefully research these clips to ensure that they are fair use. We research these titles and write our own custom scripts to provide commentaries and our own opinions. These scripts are then recorded by our team of experienced narrators. Now, when we're talking about this, click on the video whose editing process you will be showing to play, but keep the volume low and keep it play for as long as the narration goes. Our videos are then edited by a team of editors who try as much as they can to abide by YouTube's guidelines, therefore, before they upload it. Here we literally show the whole editing process. Here's a sample of the work that goes into making such video. In our custom script, narrations are split between the clips of the videos that are carefully cut and matched to their respective commentary, after which the final work is inspected for errors and uploaded onto YouTube. Every step of our production is 100% customized and is never copied, pasted, stolen, or recycled. Go back to the YouTube channel and start scrolling through the most popular videos. Then we just say we would appreciate it if you could go through this again and review your decision on the channel, as we would love to keep making more content on shows that we love for our tens of thousands of subscribers. Now this here works like a bomb. Trust me, it works very, very, very well. And now I'll just show you a real life example where I've used it. So in case you somewhere get demonetized, you can just come back to this video, use this exact same reuse content appeal template, and it works every single time. Like I've literally not have one channel where this failed. Now important is that your channel actually has to comply with the YouTube guidelines. All right, that's very important. And now enjoy the template or the real life example that I've used in the past. Hello, our channel name is Mittelalter Unzensiert and it's been around for a while. On the channel we make documentary style videos of interesting medieval times that we enjoy watching, such as 10 foods medieval people ate and many others. We carefully research these clips to ensure that they are fair use. We research these titles and write our own custom scripts to provide commentaries and our opinions. These scripts are then recorded by our team of experienced narrators. Our videos are then edited by our team of editors who try as much as they can to abide by the YouTube's guidelines before the videos are uploaded. Here's an example of the work that goes into making such a video. In our custom script, narrations are split between the clips of videos that are carefully cut and matched to their respective commentary, after which the final work is inspected for errors and uploaded onto YouTube. Every step of our production is 100% customized and is never copied, pasted, stolen or recycled. We would appreciate it if you could go through this again and review your decision on the channel, as we would love to keep making content on medieval times that we love for our tens of thousands of subscribers. Alright, so we're through with everything. Now, very important, if you have literally any questions, please put them into the comments and I'll answer every single comment. Now, a very important note right here, you would probably, like, if you watch this video until here, you're probably the right person for me to work with, right? You're probably the exact person I want to work with. So if you're interested in taking this very, very, very seriously, then check out the first link in the video description, book your completely free call with me, and we will literally just have a look. There will be absolutely no pressure on that call. We will just have a look if it makes sense for us to work together and if I can actually get you to where you want to be. So yeah, check that out. And otherwise, I really hope you learned a lot, and then put all your questions into the comments if you have any, and then I'll see you guys in the next video.